Oh, it's an elf.
Die sombranzelten meg. Et zu ite saluda, antes diu hum niga. Radzalden malak estrezas, durante todo a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanny bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri. Committee man ko body.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya Toru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria A big is la sempara Paraiona Parai gloria A big is la Toru I tempo I paz paraíso Tangi na chapilicho Na voz chapilicho Na terça tus proteins chapilicho Na
that thousand blackest faces wrapped in gold at no distancia kumukutugi pa sa minamalag coffee ikanunga sugi ay ay bandera kay pues at ang family bandera so es na kapwa kumalalaga ilog kami ng libre committee man ko bati.
There you go. Come on, there you go. It's Christmas in the islands. You hear the people say, it's Christmas in the islands, the old Chamorro way. They serve Bonello's doggo in just the same old way. It's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro way. It's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro way. Hey, it's Christmas in the village, you hear the children sing. They play their Christmas programs and decorate the trees. They sit around and listen to Grandpa's Christmas stories. It's jungle bells and coconut shells. Santa's on his way. It's jungle bells and coconut shells. Santa's on his way. Here we go. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old Chamorro way. Fine and good, it's gold money, the old Chamorro. We'll do it one more time. Whoa. Let's get the audience. Kid, would you like to get the audience to sing Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching with us? Yeah, that would be fun. Can you do it and help us out? Tell them, okay? Say, come on, all right? Hey, there you go. It goes like this. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro way. Well, it's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro. All right, just the audience now. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Just this side, all right? Ready, go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ching-a-ling. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro way. Hey, very good. Give them a nice warm hand. Yeah. All right, this side. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Again. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro way. Well, it's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro way. Now this side. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro. Everybody now, okay? Fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro. Everybody now. Yeah. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Come on. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Hey, kids, do you know the song Jungle Bells, Coconut Shells? Okay, let's do that. Pat, do you know that song? All right, come on in, let's go. All right, now don't forget, I know you guys know that too. Okay. Way out here in Guam, there's no hope for snow. Beneath the lovely palms, a typhoon sure could blow. Santa surely knows what the tropics will allow. Instead of using 8 reindeer, he'll use a carabao. Whoa! Jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a two-horse truck today. Hey! Jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a two-horse. Yeah, well, I know it's December. It feels just like July. The Christmas spirit's in the air 'cause everyone is wearing a lei. But when the tropic sun lights up all the Christmas trees, you can bet it's in the air 'cause Christmas time is here. Yeah, jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a two-horse today. Hey, jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a carabao truck today. Hey, thank you guys. So you were great. Shall we ask them to sing along with us? Since it's going to be on TV, and they might as well see themselves singing it. Okay, everybody now, you know that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Jungle bells, coconut shells, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a wire boat today. Jungle bells, coconut shells, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a caravan today. Thank you. Give yourselves a nice warm hand. Thank you. Woo! All right, here we go. Let's end it up here now. 1, 2, 3. Say ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. It's jungle bells and coconut shell, Santa's on his way. Thank you.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Thursday. Good morning, Jason.
Thanks for the heads up with
Sorry,
that.
guys.
We just went right into it.
Good morning. Hi.
If this was the movie The Road Warrior, this is the part when like he hits the gas and no one expected that.
Hit the NOS, guys. 6:19, Thursday, December 10th episode of The Link. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Marianas. Good morning, world. What's
How
up,
are
Bree?
you guys doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Thanks for joining us, by the way. Good morning. Again, for the 8th time. I'm one of those, like, say good morning a lot, you know what I mean? Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
That is a very...
Cool mask.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it's not so much a mask. Joe, you got a shot of Bree?
Yeah, she's like the bank robber elf bandit.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, no, look at that. I mean, it's not just a mask. It's like a full ascot. It goes like all the way down to like almost to your stomach. That's nice.
Lana Gray, can you use that to bush cut? Yeah, so we're definitely Christmasing hard this morning. As I got my Santa hat, Bree's got her elf thing, and Jason has his Decepticons t-shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
The elf is right here, sir.
And the elf is right there. We have our Filipino elf, Joser. And he's dancing the, what is it, Jay?
The tinikling.
The nickling.
Wait, Joe, sir, what is it? What is the word for elf in Tagalog?
Duendes.
Oh, duende.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, duh.
duh. See?
Okay, Glenn Lujan, Hafaday, good morning, Glenn. He goes, it's beautiful outside the studio. Yes, for those 7 seconds we got an outside
Yeah, sorry
shot.
guys. Usually they like to do it now. You can go back out and get no one stopping you. Go get a shot. It's gonna
Chris
be a
just
beautiful
went from
day.
like first to sixth gear and like.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning, Glenn. Debbie Davis, Mama Bear. Good morning.
How cold is it in Bardstown, Kentucky right now? I think yesterday she said it was like in the 30s. Eesh.
It's cold in here, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
actually in the studio it is quite.
It is, yeah. Aircon season. Hey, Michael Duenas on our Facebook Live feed writes, good morning, Isla Guahan. Today is our special day, anniversary, 9 happiest years of our life. Mike and Therese Duenas.
Hey!
Happy anniversary, my love, and good morning, KUAM crew. Stay positive today, but not COVID positive. And every day, may God bless us all. Amen.
That's a great message. Happy anniversary.
Chamarita Regis, Santa's going to be wearing a red mask with white trim. Burn Flores writes in, beautiful sunrise. Angelica Owen Lanyog writes, still Wednesday here in Texas. LOL.
And Angelica uses an emoji we've never gotten to show right now. A big cactus, not cacti. Cactus.
Nice. Janara Noreen Fegegert writes, good morning, happy Thursday. It's 59 degrees in Bardstown, Kentucky today, Joe.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
59. I mean, I could do 59. I mean, I would still be the guy like wearing thermals in 59. I got to be honest with you, but
59, bro, shorts of Dory, that actually feels good.
Okay.
Fresco.
how much can you guys tolerate before it's like, okay, I'm not going out. I'm not even going to try.
Maybe like 30 to
I'm game, whatever.
30
No.
degrees.
Put me in. Put me in.
It all depends too, like the wind chill factor. Because if it's windy outside, oh, forget it.
Yeah, how cold was it when we went to New York City? Because we were there on the first day of winter in 2006, and I never really understood that principle of like when you guys are walking in like like a big city. So Sabrina and Marie.
Did you see your breath, Jay?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But more importantly,
That is so cool when a Chamorro sees their own breath for the first time.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And they're just like, just blowing dudes. I can smoke a cigarette.
But when we were walking around Manhattan, right? I mean, completely different. I mean, we're used to this kind of island life, not the Isle of Manhattan, right? When we're walking and when you go in between those big skyscrapers and, you get like the air comes in
Yeah.
and that cold air hits you. Oh, man, that
Yeah.
just chills you to the bone is like an expression everybody uses. I really understood what that means.
Right. That's the same in even in San Fran, guys, in Cali. No, in Cali, in the Bay, in San Fran.
Well, you know what they say about
When you
San
guys are
Francisco.
when you're walking in the city and then you hit the shade of the building and it's like drops 2 degrees, and you're like, wee, wee.
No, you know what they say, right? They say the coldest summer I ever spent was the summer I spent in San Francisco.
Right. Yeah, I'm acting all tough about the cold, but last night the aircon was on 70 and I woke up in the middle of the night. I had to put my shirt on.
Ooh.
You ever get the aircon going good at 70, bro? Like,
Okay,
ooh.
Mama Bear wins. The coldest she's ever been is try negative 10 degrees. Ooh.
That's cold.
That's,
Oy.
I remember one Christmas, in Oklahoma, and my parents, they used to have Christmas parties every year, and so all the Chamorros that were in Oklahoma City would come over to my parents' house. And one Christmas there was a ice storm, so
Wow.
everything froze over. No one was allowed to get on the road, so that Christmas party turned into like a 2-day Christmas party, and everybody just stayed at my parents' house.
Wow.
How
For
is
an
it to
extended
actually
Christmas.
shovel snow on your walkway or something like that? I will never know what that's like. I mean,
It's kind of cool.
really?
Yeah.
The last time I saw snow, I was a baby. Like when
When
we
I
were
was a
in it.
kid, we stayed in Virginia, and we had a driveway, and there would always be a puddle at the bottom of the driveway, but in the winter it would freeze over, and it was only about the size of this table. But man, we would go out there and be like, "Oh yeah, ice skating," and then freaking, I would always be the one to be like, "Whoop, bam!"
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Yep.
Oh, you're gonna eat it.
I
if you
just snow. It's so pretty to look at, but it is such a hassle. I mean, like you said, shoveling the snow, and then the snow that's on your car and on your windows.
On your mittens.
Yeah, then you got to throw down the salt.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, guys, because it is Michael Duenas, he and his lovely wife, their anniversary, and he's actually changed his avatar to a very nice picture. That's really nice. I'm like, let's give Mike a Link birthday present, everybody. Please follow Mike
It's not
on
even
Facebook
his
and everything
birthday,
like that.
it's
Send him a
anniversary.
DM and let you know how much you appreciate it.
Right on. But no funny business because it's their anniversary.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the cold, guys, the way I look at it is if you don't know the cold, you won't know the warm. So
No. Well, you do know that one point on Guam, and if you hang out or you work like graveyard shift in Guam, or you're just like one of those people, hey, let's go kick back at the beach and like have a few. Every day on Guam, right about 4 a.m. when the dew point hits and you can see like the grass starts to sweat. There's always that point when like you'll just be kicking back on Guam, shorts, tank tops, Zoris, and everything like that, and all of a sudden it hits 4 a.m. and you're saying, oh yeah, so Sabrina, how's it? Whoa.
dude,
The temperature just drops like 5 degrees.
Where's
like,
my hoodie?
Yeah, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, what was that?
LJ? Oh.
No, okay, we have to do this for Mrs. G.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. We haven't done that one in a while. Wait, Joe, sir, does it get cold in the Philippines?
Yeah.
How cold?
Very cold.
What's the coldest you've ever heard?
It gets very cold. It does, yeah.
Very cold, boss.
Yes, it gets very. You know where else it gets cold, Jay?
I don't even. What?
That's not a joke. I could have.
My heart was-
Menengun. Yeah, the Menengun River Valley. There's fog
yeah.
there. Like, when you drive by in the morning, you can actually see, like, if you come down Turtle Cove, you see, like, fog.
I was just about to say, if you're in Mighty anytime.
And even Pago Bay River.
Yeah, well, Agani Heights is like that. Like, right, like where the rectory is.
Right.
If you're in MTM or like somewhere that you can actually see if it's.
But you know where's the foggiest place on Guam? Mogfog.
Hey, don't make fun of Mugfog, dude. Those guys, they're very territorial up there.
627. The show is proudly brought to you by Calvo's Select Care, where federal employees and annuitants 2020 open enrollment. Enroll now until December 14th. Ooh, that's 4 more days. You can call 477-9808 for more information. Also, IT&E and Calvo Enterprises. And we got a new feature this morning on the show, and we're doing it every day. With Guam Windward Memorial, and they'll be presenting some great holiday cheer from our good friend Joe Guam. So thank you, Guam Windward Memorial, for jumping on board the link. And we'll get some nice holiday cheer from our buddy Joe coming up. We also got some more holiday cheer. Is that tonight, Bree?
Yes, our holiday edition of Live Local Fridays. I'm really excited about this because we have a whole bunch of talented musicians. Some we haven't had on the show. We've got Joy James Atta. She's performing tonight, and then the Dolls. They're doing a couple of songs.
Fresh off their performance from the Kennedy Center.
That's right. Yeah, we couldn't get them yesterday because they're on the Kennedy Center.
Yeah, they come out and say, "Oh yeah, guys, just flew in from the Kennedy Center, and boy, are my arms tired."
Oh man, I can't even play guitar as my arms are so tired.
Candy, he'll be on the show tonight.
Oh yeah.
Joe Guam.
Yep.
Who else?
Candy Taman is, I mean, he literally has
A smooth voice.
This region's passion for music in his blood. I mean, his grandfather was like
Also, Harvest. We're gonna have Harvest on.
Yeah, Harvest Christian Academy, their senior orchestra group will be performing.
And it's local music mashup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's at 6:30, and it's really nice because you could actually download the show, rewatch it anytime. Maybe when you're having a Christmas socially distanced get together.
You know what I'm gonna do for you guys too?
Eve.
We were talking about this yesterday, and for those of you, so like Bree just said, if you guys want to watch all the performances, it's going to be on YouTube probably sometime later this morning once we finish editing it. So if you guys want to catch it early for you guys in the States before you go to bed. And we're also going to put it on Spotify. So for those of you guys who are Spotify subscribers, then you can listen to it in the car as you're walking around, being safe, staying socially distant, doing your thing. Mm-hmm. We want to make sure we send you the island spirit. Okay, real quick. Andrew Terlahi says in reference to Joser in the Philippines, he goes, Baguio gets cold.
Yeah, they grow strawberries there, right, sir?
And Tagaytay, Joser said. Do they grow strawberries there?
Yeah.
Wow.
Tagaytay, because it's the top of the volcano, right? Yeah. So local music mashup. What time is that?
6:30, KUM TV8, and just for the month of December, we're going to be having different groups performing songs of the season.
All right. Nice. So if you see me calling your phone, you better answer. All my artist friends, and we've actually got a great show already lined up for next week, and I just want to shout out all the local musicians who, I think they kind of realize, man, this is a strange time we're living in. So they definitely want to get the music out, and What's up, Bob Marley said, when I hit you with music, you feel no pain. So, thank you. It's 6:30. Let's go ahead and jump into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Hold on, let me just make sure we're good to go here. Yes, with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Half it, everybody. Starting with the latest numbers, the JIC reports 13 new cases of COVID-19 out of 627 tests performed Tuesday. Guam's current COVID case count is 7,039 with 113 deaths, 594 active cases, and there are more than 6,300 recoveries. The CAR score is now 1.5. As for total hospitalizations, the count is 37, with 10 receiving ICU level of care and 8 COVID patients on ventilators. Public Health will be resuming COVID-19 mass testing starting tomorrow and the weekend. Free testing will be offered on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Micronesia Mall from 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 noon. There will be up to 300 tests available. Mass testing will also be available, but only on Saturday and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at GPO and the Guam Judicial Center in Hagåtña. We should point out that on Saturdays and Sundays only at all 3 locations, there will only be 200 tests available. Again, you're asked to have only 4 people per vehicle. No symptoms are needed to qualify for testing. Please bring a picture ID. And the Northern Region Community Health Center also remains open for COVID-19 testing, but that one is by appointment only. With more news, here is Tyler Matsinani.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matsinani with your headlines here on The Link. As we get closer and closer to receiving the COVID vaccines, more questions are being raised about them. Dr. Felix Cabrera and Annette Uggan hopped on The Link Wednesday to get us up to speed with the COVID vaccine. Here's more.
Both the Pfizer and the Moderna COVID vaccines are on track for FDA approval, with Pfizer's vaccine up for emergency approval this weekend. But even with approval from the FDA, Public Health's Annette Uggan says they'll be waiting on the green light from the CDC and the ACIP before any moves are made.
You know, even if the FDA approves the license for any of these vaccines, immunization programs and the health departments, we always wait for US CDC and the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, because they're our advisory board. We look to them to give us the final recommendations on spacing, on age. Also, the biggest concern is, are there any medical contraindications? Because we never want to give a vaccine that may cause more harm. You know, it's there to help protect and save lives.
And according to Dr. Cabrera of the Physicians Advisory Group, age is going to play a factor on who will be eligible for the Pfizer vaccine.
So right now it's not intended for those 16 and under, because they haven't been studied enough yet.
As for those more advanced in years, Cabrera says that clinical trials for the vaccine did not include anyone above the age of 85, but essentially there would be a 1% drop in the efficacy rate, which Pfizer says is 95% effective. With such a high efficacy rate, the question now is, what are the side effects?
The most reported side effect is fatigue. And that's about 4% of people who get that second dose have some fatigue that lasts about a day. And then the second most common is a headache, and that's 2% of the people who get that.
Public Health plans to roll out the vaccine in a 3-phase process, starting with healthcare workers, critical infrastructure workers, Manumku, and other prioritized populations before the public gets their turn at immunization. Uggan says the plan is based on national recommendations, but will be tailored to the needs of the island.
So we get to tweak it a little bit, following national recommendations, and just kind of further sub-prioritizing if we need to, because of the limited doses that we are expecting.
According to Uggan, the hope is to reach an ideal number of immunizations by next summer.
But it will take several months. We anticipate all the way, hopefully until summer is what we're hearing right now, is to get enough people immunized.
Both Dr. Cabrera and Annette Uggan stated that they will be taking the vaccine, and with healthcare workers, the elderly, and other essential workers on track to receive the vaccine first, the public will have some time to decide whether or not they're on board with the new COVID vaccine. Be sure to catch the full interview on our KUAM YouTube page. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Sanchez.
In a press release sent yesterday, Public Health announced the members for its Vaccine and Antiviral Prioritization Policy Committee. The committee will be composed of representatives from both the public and private sector to include the Office of the Governor, the Physicians Advisory Group, Public Health, GMH, community physicians, as well as the Health Professional Licensing Board. The group will be advising public health and identifying key populations to receive the first allocation of vaccines and will hold their first meeting today at 2 p.m. Another firefighter from the Guam Fire Department has tested positive for COVID-19. As we reported, it was on Tuesday of last week where a firefighter assigned to the Talafofo Fire Station tested positive. As a result, 2 GFD personnel who were identified as close contacts were placed on home isolation until their scheduled testing over the weekend. According to Battalion Chief Ed Chaco, one of the firefighters came back positive.
Just reemphasize the mitigation factors and the need to wear a mask, the need to social distance, even though, again, we're all brothers here and we feel like a family. And, to most people, this is our primary family. But they need to understand that we all come from different households, and that external factors could be detrimental.
The entire station was sanitized by the department's decontamination team. The 2 cases are currently on home isolation while the other remains in quarantine. Out of caution, Chaco says 4 additional firefighters on the opposite shift were tested as a result of the latest positive case. All 4 came back negative. To date, there have been 10 COVID-19 cases within GFD since mid-March. 19-year-old Jeremy Janelle Alvarez has been arrested for attempted murder. He is accused of assaulting a 77-year-old woman in Afami-Sinahanya last night. According to police spokesperson Paul Tapao, the woman suffered head injuries and was transported to Naval Hospital. Alvarez faces additional charges of aggravated assault and family violence. He was booked and confined. And that's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Tyler. The House has passed the 2021 National Defense Authorization Act. Governor Lulian Guerrero has been tracking the measure and says there are 2 key sections important to Guam.
Public health laboratory is scheduled to be authorized and to be able to allow budgeted appropriations later to build the public health laboratory here on our island. And that is a very significant, I think, progress in the whole scheme of our pandemic crisis, because as you know, testing is very crucial to monitoring containment of the virus. So we had a regional public health laboratory with its state-of-the-art equipment and systems. We would be better able to provide the necessary analytics for our people, and not just our people, but the military and also our regional neighbors.
The other section relates to H-2B workers, which the governor says has always been the main source of resources for our construction industry. The provision would resolve the problems Guam has had with the H-2B issue for years and would allow their use for civilian projects, not just for the military. Congressman Michael San Nicolas says the H-2B relief for our civilian construction industry is a powerful first step. It now heads to the Senate. Lawmakers returned to session yesterday. Starting off discussions were representatives from the Guam Visitors Bureau who appeared virtually before senators on Bill 353, introduced by Committee Chair Senator Therese Terlahi. The legislation will authorize GVB to expend all funds available in its rainy day fund for fiscal year 2021. According to GVB, the money will not be used to hire staff, but rather to launch an aggressive and competitive marketing campaign. Senator Regine Bisco-Lee urged the agency to give local marketing firms the opportunity to compete for the contracts. GVB President, former Governor Carl Gutierrez, responded that that's always the goal. Vice President Jerry Perez added that local marketing firms are never excluded from the process. Last fiscal year, GVB was appropriated $22 million for its budget, but for the current fiscal year, the agency got $6 million, which was based on expected arrivals of 400,000. That breaks down to a run rate of 33,000 visitors per month. During session, however, Perez reported a run rate of arrivals so far of only about 2,000 per month. The This has prompted GVB to implement drastic austerity measures, such as the cancellation of fireworks and Christmas lights in Tumon. Meanwhile, senators spent several hours discussing Bill 400 with representatives from Public Health, BBMR, and DOA. The measure was introduced by Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes. It provides funding from the Healthy Futures Fund to Public Health to cover shortfalls in the current fiscal year budget. Lawmakers return to session at 9 o'clock in the morning. Governor Lulian Guerrero signed an executive order establishing the Guam Abandoned Derelict Vessels Removal Group. According to the EO, the abandoned and derelict vessels are a major problem for Guam as well as many other jurisdictions and can become navigational hazards and pose significant threats to commercial and natural resources. Members of the group will be comprised of representatives from Guam EPA, the Bureau of Statistics and Plan, and the Guam Department of Agriculture. District Court of Guam Chief Judge Francis Herengo Gatewood has issued a decision in the Kelvin John Tatautau case and has granted a reduction in his sentence. Tatautau had pled guilty to drug charges. According to the plea agreement in February 2018, he agreed to receive 2 packages, which law enforcement removed approximately 223 grams of meth and replaced with sham. During the initial hearing last month, Tatautau told the court, quote, "I would like to say sorry for what I have done. I am sorry to my family, and I want more help." While lawmakers in the White House grapple over a new COVID relief bill, President-elect Joe Biden is adding a key member to his cabinet. Skylar Henry reports.
President-elect Joe Biden is expected to introduce retired Army General Lloyd Austin as his pick for Defense Secretary later today.
He's a groundbreaking, trailblazing, 4-star general.
Austin has been out of military service less than 7 years. That's how long uniformed commanders are required to wait before they take top civilian jobs at the Pentagon. Austin will need Congress to pass a waiver exempting him. Mr. Biden is also working to confront the pandemic when he takes office. He wants 100 million vaccines given to Americans in his first 100 days. That's the same number promised by the Trump administration.
We're collaborating very closely with the Biden transition team in terms of making sure that planning is in effect. We're hoping within days we'll start vaccinating Americans, our most vulnerable people.
President Trump and his campaign remain focused on overturning the election results, but have lost the first case to reach the Supreme Court. In one short sentence, the court denied a Republican challenge to the vote in Pennsylvania.
We won in those swing states, and there was terrible things that went on.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers are still trying to find common ground on a new COVID relief bill.
What I recommend is we set aside liability and set aside state and local and pass those things that we can agree on.
Senator McConnell has put the jobs of firefighters, ambulance workers, sanitation officers, police officers in jeopardy.
Democrats say any bill needs to include money for state and local governments. Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
And that's your news. For more, stay tuned to the link after the break.
Holiday federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Calvo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
Kids, with the best holiday of the year approaching, KUAM has arranged a way for you to make sure Santa knows what you want for Christmas. Santa and Mrs. Claus have set up a virtual mailbox at KUAM.com with help from your friends at Dial Rent to Own. This is a chance for you to write your very own letter to Santa. Have an adult download the letter form, fill it out with your Christmas wishes, and send it in to us at letterstosanta@KUAM.com. Santa will read every letter submitted, but you may be chosen to join our Christmas Zoom party where you get to talk to the big guy himself on December 19th. If you're chosen, you will receive a special emailed invitation for you to attend the virtual fun. Stay informed with the stations and platforms of KUAM for all the details and make sure you are being nice and not too naughty from today until Santa comes to visit. Letters to Santa is brought to you by Dial Rent to Own and all the L's at KUAM.
Merry Christmas!
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and its community partners, McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, and the Guam Museum want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, the Guam Museum, and KUAM Communications. Breaking news! This just in, Santa has a combined $4,000 to give away for Guam's best outdoor holiday display. Submit your outdoor display for a chance to win cash prizes. All submissions will be posted on our Facebook page, and the top 10 most liked pictures or videos wins a special cash prize to make your season even brighter. Visit KUAM.com for more details. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It's another thing we got to get used to.
The car score! And I know it's confusing. I'm not even going to pretend to understand the formula that goes into calculating the car score. It's something like you divide the square root of 144 multiplied by the number of positives on any given day, divided by the quotient of the circumference of the island, or something like that.
I don't know. I don't get it, but what I do know is that we have to strive for 5. And we have been saying it for months now. You've got to practice social distancing. You got to wear a mask. And please, wash your hands.
And hey, if you don't got to go anywhere, then let's just keep it simple. Stay home!
We got this, Guam. Let's continue to move in the right direction. Strive for 5 and keep it there.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace continues on the stations of KUAM and on our webpage at KUAMChristmasPops.com. Catch the encore through December 11th on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering. And JA Guam, bringing the business of life to life.
You overcame the challenges of this day and age and showed the world that our spirit of Inafat Malik is unbreakable. Siduas Maasi to all our community partners who helped the KUAM Care Force in giving back this year. And thanks to you especially, the people of Guam. Your kindness and generosity gave hope to so many in need this year. Let Giving Tuesday be the spark that keeps the spirit of generosity going throughout the year.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Cello Elway, Ikeda with I'll Be Home for Christmas here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. At 6:51, Thursday, December 10th episode of the show. Good morning. I'll Be Home for Christmas. Let's bring on Melanie Guerrero, whose son Michael is still missing. And, you know, Melanie, I couldn't help but think about your boy as I played this song.
Oh, thank you.
And it's just mind-boggling that, I mean, what is it? What are we going on now, Melanie? 2 months? It's almost 2 months, right?
About 42 days now.
And Michael Jose Castro still missing. And so, you know, just trying to get his mom on here semi-regularly to provide any update and to just keep the search for Michael going. And Melanie, I noticed in the Zoom room, and I mean, obviously you're going to be very emotional, but it looked like you were kind of getting choked up and crying when you were waiting to go on. No, and, you know, don't, I think anybody in your position would be. Is there something you're thinking about this morning that you want to share with us?
I guess I'm, you know, like I've said before, like trying to sleep and wake up every day, you know. Sometimes I'm thinking I was in a dream, and I'm hoping as I'm waking up that it was just a nightmare, but it really is just the same every day for me, you know. And I'm just trying to be able to be strong and not let emotions like take over me, you know, because I still haven't seen Michael, and I don't know where he is. And it really is now about controlling the pain daily, you know, until I get clear answers. And so it is very hard. It's very tough. And, you know, just thinking about coming on, you know, this early and like bringing my sad news again, you know, to everyone. And I guess that just hurts too, to have to say it out, you know, to everyone out there, and trying to reach out and really try to touch the heart of who might know some information, even who might be responsible, you know. I just want to feel like there has been some regret or remorse for whatever may have happened. As Michael's mom, I want to feel that, you know. I really hope that when things become more clear, that I can feel that from whoever's responsible for this. And if Michael has been harmed, or if that's the case, that, because I'm just heartbroken. Every day I'm going to be heartbroken until I have answers.
Have you received any indication from the Guam Police Department that he may have been injured or is in harm?
There has been confirmation, no clear confirmation, because they still are looking for Michael. So we're treating it as, you know, he's still missing, and we're all hoping that, you know, the worst didn't happen. He hasn't been harmed. But as the amount of time that's gone by, you know, you can only, for me, it's just like, I'm just thinking, I'm having a glimmer of hope, but at the same time, it's not easy not to think the worst, because by now I should have heard from Michael, and I haven't. And I'm just waiting. Hopefully I can be given much clearer answers that I can share, because there's still a lot of uncertainty right now.
Right. Melanie, I know that everyone out here listening and watching this, we want to help, right? But we just don't know enough or, much of anything. And I know that, the investigation is ongoing. But each time I talk to you, I feel like you allude to things. Like you were just saying that you hope whoever may have harmed Michael would feel regret, would feel remorse. And so that leads me to believe that there's something that that either you can't or you don't want to share with us.
I guess because it cannot be confirmed, and I don't want to put something out there and say something like it did happen or that it is true, because I haven't been giving the clear confirmation whether it is. And so as Michael's mom, I still have hope, and I want to hang on to that. And a lot of people talk, right? And rumors go around, and it's very hard for me in my position to believe everything I hear. And I don't want to believe what might be rumors. I want to wait for the facts to come out. And I just want to stick to that, what the facts are, because if I'm going to listen to all the rumors, it would be hard to it's hard already hearing it and not being able to share it, but I don't want to share what I'm hearing to be rumors. I want to know what the facts are, and I want to wait for that. I know it's tough, to not to say it out and say, hey, I think this is what happened. We live in an island where we like to talk about stuff, right, openly, and we want to tell our family, and we want to talk about it amongst each other. But I just don't want to entertain what I don't know that are facts. And I've asked that to some people who have shared some information. I'm just like, please, let's just stick with the facts. If you know it for sure, you need to share it with the detectives and let them know, because if you're not even sure about that it is a fact, then why are we even assuming? We really have to know in this situation. Michael's missing, and we really have to know that if something really did happen as far as harm is concerned to Michael, the facts need to be investigated and to make sure. Right. Because Michael was still missing.
So Melanie, the facts, right? So the last time you saw Michael was around the end of October. You reported him missing at the beginning of November, a couple days later, right? And then his car was found in Santa Rita, I want to say a day or two later. And that's all you know? That's all you can tell us?
Yeah, the car was found actually on the 30th. Michael, I last saw him on the 29th. The fact is the car was found and Michael was not in the car. And so even knowing that in itself, and I know how Michael would not have left that car abandoned like that. It was abandoned. It was found abandoned and he wasn't in it. And so
was the car damaged? Was the car damaged?
Yeah, I could go this way. The sun's coming up.
Excuse me?
See, that's where it's hard to talk about because of the what I'm told is like very sensitive as far as the condition of the car. And even when I'm hearing from other people about what they thought they saw, I'm talking to GPD about this. As far as clear confirmation to whether the car was damaged, they won't confirm that. So they won't confirm that information. They feel that's critical to their investigation. And so it's tough not to say, okay, someone told me that they saw the car in this condition. And then if I'm asking someone said the car was seen in this condition. Can you tell me if that's really true? And so I'm asking the question, and they won't confirm whether or not that is the rumor is true about someone seeing the condition of the car, which
Where-
would cause
Which would cause what?
which would cause me to be very concerned about whether Michael was harmed.
And GPD will not tell you. That's what you're saying. The condition of the car. You personally
won't
have not.
confirm it. They won't confirm it. They won't confirm it yet.
And you personally
But-
have not
but I-
seen the car. Where is the car? Is it with GPD?
Yeah.
Do you know?
The car is with GPD. Yeah.
You know, Melanie, when you say that you want to stick to the facts, I mean, it's really unfortunate that we might not ever see any additional facts in this case. I mean, there's a lot of cases that are still open. I mean, we just had the family of Juan Uggan. I mean, he was gunned down in front of his house a year ago, right?
It'll be a year, I believe, on
Yeah.
the 18th.
Right.
I know, and that breaks my heart. You know, it attacks the hope that I have. You know, that questioning our system and process. You know, and when I talk to the detectives and they reassure me about certain things, especially like finding my son, and that is their priority, to find Michael first. That gives me hope. I tell them I'm trusting them in their process and what they tell me. And at times I feel like, can I really trust them as well? Because when I hear about things, rumors about what is circulating, it's hard in this situation to figure out who you can trust. Yeah. And so right now I have to trust the process and trust the people in the position of authority to do this investigation, and that I have to believe that they're telling me what they say to me as far as their priority in finding Michael, that's true. That they're continuing to investigate. I'm believing that that's true. I am waiting for answers, and I'm asking as far as a timeline about, I need answers, and I need them soon. I can't, this is tough. Every day is tough. And I don't see everything that they're doing. They can't tell me everything that they've already done, but they are reassuring me that some answers will come to me very soon. And I have to believe in them that they're going to follow through with what they say.
Well, Melanie, just putting two and two together, I mean, it's clear that there was something with the condition of Michael's car that you heard about that has increased your level of concern for your son's safety, right? Do you still think that Michael may be alive out here somewhere?
If I'm listening to the rumors about the car, right, I'm worried, that something may have happened to him. But when I'm listening to the investigative side of it, and they're telling me that, we have to stick with what the evidence tells us, right? And the evidence hasn't shown that Michael is not alive, yet. It's really tough, because there's a miracle could happen. I can believe that a miracle could happen, and maybe he'll be found okay or unharmed. But if I'm listening to the rumors, yes, I am concerned that something happened that might have caused him some harm. And whether or not he's still alive, it's hard to process, like him not being alive, because as his mom, it's a whole another phase of pain that I haven't crossed yet. And it is going to be very hard if that's the case, that he was harmed.
How often do you have contact with the detectives at GPD?
Actually, I try to, they call me, they have some questions for me. I would say maybe at least 3 times a week, so that's the reason why that I have to have patience, because yes, I do talk to them at least 3 times a week, whether they're calling me to ask questions or whether I'm calling to, I have questions of my own, that come up, and then I would ask. But there's I guess a level of command there. Like there's only certain things that the detective that I talk to can say, and but I am asking, to speak with the higher ups, because I need some concrete answers. As Michael's mom, I really need some concrete answers to be able to continue having hope that they will get this solved and resolved soon. I'm hoping it's soon that they can even provide some answers to you guys.
When you talk to these detectives, like you said, 3 times a week, when that phone rings, is there ever that thought that you have that this could be it? They found him.
Yeah. I'm hoping that every time the phone rings, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that, oh, they're calling to tell me they found him, and that's all I want to hear. But of course, when I answer, it isn't, so I am hoping that, yes, every time that phone rings, that it's about Michael. And I've made it very clear to them that my main concern is please just find my son. However which way, we need to find Michael, please. And I just I really want to appeal to those that may know something about this, and just I hope that you can have a heart to understand that I'm suffering from this every day. My granddaughter is suffering from this every day, and Michael's daughter. I'm talking about Michael's daughter. She's really she knows now, that her dad is missing because it's been so long, and she's very restless. She's very close with Michael, and it just breaks my heart that if someone knows about information that can lead to us knowing where Michael is, and I'm just appealing to all of you to please, just let us know. Like, I know that's even a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask in such a small island where you don't want to. You might not want to tell anyone what that you might get in trouble, or. But I think that there's some relief for people who do help out, and as Michael's mom, I'm gonna remember that. If it turns out that Michael has been harmed, I'm gonna remember all the people that helped out, and I know that's not easy. That's an extreme bravery to be able to help out in this situation when someone's missing, and if information, it's not that easy to come forward. I know that's very tough in itself, and to be involved in helping out and trying to help the detectives locate Michael, the amount of gratitude that we have is just I can't even express it to those that have already assisted. And so I'm just hoping and waiting for clear answers, and I hope that we can all have that.
How old's his daughter?
She's 7 years old. She's 7 years old, and we didn't even celebrate Michael's birthday because Michael went missing before his birthday, and that was it. That was very tough for us to deal with. We look forward to the birthdays in our family, and it was hard not to be able to do that. And I'm still thinking I'm hoping we can still do that, but as time goes by, it's just uh, you just have to deal with reality every day that for me, it's Michael's still missing. You know, I don't have clear answers. The only answer I want to know is, where's Michael? You know, and I know, I believe someone out there does know where he is, you know, and I hope that they can, in some way, you know, if you don't want to be known in giving the information, please find a way to like communicate that information, because it's very important. You know, it's a critical information for my family and for me, and for Michael's daughter. You know, please try to come forward with that. I'm pleading with you to please have a heart, you know, because I control my emotions as I'm on here, but you know, it's like it's really it's hard every day, every second. It's tough, and our family is really like right now, like it just feels like we're grieving, and we're still hoping that Michael's still alive out there, you know, and we can find him soon. And it's just we have no clear certainty. We just know that my son's still out there, and we want to find him.
Melanie, what is the connection with Santa Rita? When your son's car was found in Santa Rita, did anything click with you? Like, oh, he knows this person from Santa Rita, or was it just totally confusing why his car would even be down there?
Yeah, someone very close to him, I thought was the reason why he was down there. I don't even have any confirmation whether that was the case, because I haven't. They haven't given me that information yet. If there's a connection, but that someone close to him does live in that area, so I thought that might be the reason why he would have been down there. So that's what I know. And then as days went on and learning stuff, I remembered that he did have some friends down there, and so but I didn't feel a connection to the time that I'm finding out that he was there. So like, why would it be there that late? The only reason why I felt that he would be down there because of this person that he's close to. That would be the only reason why he would go down that far.
Close to, Melanie, when you say person that he's close to, do you mean a friend, or do you mean a girlfriend, or?
Yeah, his girlfriend lives in that area, so that was my first thought, that's why he was there. And so now I'm just I'm not very sure, you know, about whether that was the reason. They're not saying. GPD's not confirming whether that's the reason why they believe he was down there.
Have the detectives informed you about whether or not they've questioned anybody in connection with Michael's disappearance?
Yeah, they've said that they've questioned a lot of people. You know, they've questioned a lot of people that in this case, and then it has led them to questioning more people. And so that kind of keeps going, and they're saying that process is ongoing. If they hear something from the person they just interviewed and another person's name comes up, they're gonna interview that person as well. So they are looking into every information that they find out.
Well, before we let you go, Melanie, and just if you have a message out to the audience.
Yeah. Only it's still, you know, the same message. Please, you know, please just if you have information, I know I'm asking a lot to come forward. It's a lot to have to ask. To please provide the information, and I know that that there has been information that I know has helped. And so I know that if some people can have the bravery to share that information, I'm reaching out to those that are still kind of skeptical and maybe afraid to come forward to please try to please have the heart to try to come forward and help with us, our family, in finding Michael. You know, I just want to find my son, and that is the main thing here for me. Is just we need to find Michael, and that's the message that has always been like, please help us in trying to find Michael, because whatever information that is out there or being talked about, just know that deep down inside, Michael had a very good, he's a good person, you know. And if anybody that is withholding information that are his friends, you know that Michael is a good person. And if this was you going through this and if this happened to you, he would definitely be right up there in the front line to find out what happened. And so I'm asking and appealing to those people, you know, please continue to keep your ears and eyes open about information that might lead to finding Michael. And I just want him home, you know. I want to bring him home, and that's my message. Please try to help.
Well, Melanie, there are definitely ways that people can help give information without revealing their identity, as you seem to think that that's a big issue. Guam Crime Stoppers.
Guam.crimestoppers.web.com. You can
yes. And I just want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity and reaching out each time. And I hope that soon that we can be giving clear answers so that we all know what happened to Michael and where Michael is. I'm praying for that every day, and grateful for all the help.
Well, we definitely have some new information based on this call. Michael has a girlfriend in the Santa Rita area. The police have questioned quite a few people from what you're saying. And although you haven't been able to confirm with detectives, the things that you've heard about the condition of Michael's vehicle have caused you great concern that he may have been harmed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melanie. And we hope that with this new information and, you know, this, again, having you out here, because I think it's important that we keep getting you out here because you're right, people know things. And this could be the interview they see that, you know, you're choked up, you're emotional. This could be it where they come forward and say something. And I just want to keep giving you that opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You know, I could be more choked up, but I'm just believe me, I'll be choked up after I leave your show. It'll be continuous for me while I'm waiting.
Well, we're praying for you, Melanie, okay? And for Michael and for your family.
Thank you.
Keep us posted.
Thank you, Melanie. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Thank you so much. God bless you guys.
7:20. We'll take a quick break, and we're back with more of The Link on the Breeze right here on 93.9 FM.
Even a small gesture of kindness. Hey kids! With the best holiday of the year approaching, KUAM has arranged a way for you to make sure Santa knows what you want for Christmas. Santa and Mrs. Claus have set up a virtual mailbox at KUAM.com with help from your friends at Dial Rent to Own. This is a chance for you to write your very own letter to Santa. Have an adult download the letter form, fill it out with your Christmas wishes, and send it in to us at letterstosanta@KUAM.com. Santa will read every letter submitted, but you may be chosen to join our Christmas Zoom party where you get to talk to the big guy himself on December 19th. If you're chosen, you will receive a special emailed invitation for you to attend the virtual fun. Stay informed with the stations and platforms of KUAM for all the details and make sure you are being nice and not too naughty from today until Santa comes to visit. Letters to Santa is brought to you by Dial Rent to Own and all the L's at KUAM.
Holiday federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Calvo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network, including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and its community partners, McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, and the Guam Museum want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, the Guam Museum, and KUAM Communications. Breaking news! This just in, Santa has a combined $4,000 to give away for Guam's best outdoor holiday display. Submit your outdoor display for a chance to win cash prizes. All submissions will be posted on our Facebook page, and the top 10 most liked pictures or videos wins a special cash prize to make your season even brighter. Visit KUAM.com for more details. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It's another thing we got to get used to.
The car score! And I know it's confusing. I'm not even going to pretend to understand the formula that goes into calculating the car score. It's something like you divide the square root of 144 multiplied by the number of positives on any given day, divided by the quotient of the circumference of the island, or something like that.
I don't know. I don't get it. But what I do know is that we have to strive for 5. And we have been saying it for months now. You've got to practice social distancing. You got to wear a mask. And please, wash your hands.
And hey, if you don't got to go anywhere, then let's just keep it simple. Stay home!
We got this, Guam. Let's continue to move in the right direction. Strive for 5 and keep it there.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace continues on the stations of KUAM and on our webpage at KUAMChristmasPops.com. Catch the encore through December 11th on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering. And JA Guam, bringing the business of life to life.
You overcame the challenges of this day and age and showed the world that our spirit of Inafat Malik is unbreakable. Siduas Maasi to all our community partners who helped the KUAM Care Force in giving back this year. And thanks to you especially, the people of Guam. Your kindness and generosity gave hope to so many in need this year. Let Giving Tuesday be the spark that keeps the spirit of generosity going throughout the year.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
gorgeous Thursday morning. If you are on the road heading to work or going about your way, we please ask that you be safe as you do so. We're going to go back into the Zoom room now, where I have the privilege of being able to hang out with my two besties when it comes to all things real estate, Liz and Gina from Remax Diamond Realty. Ladies, thanks so much for joining us. And, you know, it's pertinent that you're coming here on this show because normally we do our House to Home segment on Tuesdays. And when we last spoke a couple days ago, you were advocating for people that just feel so strongly about this bill proposed by Senator Regine Biscoe-Lee to be heard in the committee chaired by Senator Joe San Augustine on legislation that you've been very forthright about talking about. You don't believe it's the right thing for Guam. You want more of a voice into this. And you were also kind of had some concerns about the public hearing process and everything like that. So maybe just get us up to speed on how was the public hearing and how well attended was it? You know, was there a voice that was presented?
They only had 15 yesterday, right, Gina? I only
Yeah,
saw
there was 15 people. You know, Jace, I think part of what's going on is the timing of all this with and number one, we should be focusing on the Christmas holidays, but people have so much on their plates right now. Christmas is upon us. We're still in lockdown. We still are dealing with COVID. Our businesses are still locked down. A lot of people who may want to participate with these Zoom meetings, a lot of the families that are involved or will be impacted by this regulation don't have the means or the ability to participate with Zoom meetings. I know I have some families who'd called to say, can we go down to the legislature? And I explained to them, no, it's all via computer, and they just couldn't. So I still don't understand the urgency. I am still asking all the people at the legislature, if this does come up to a vote, I would say table the darn thing. Give people more time. Give the community, those that are going to be greatly impacted, give them an opportunity to voice their opinion when this COVID issue is over.
And also, it was at 5 in the afternoon midweek, which, you know, isn't an entirely uncommon situation. But you're right, that does make it a little bit logistically difficult for some people to go, because, you know, you may have to go home and start dinner, take care of the family, help the kids with homework, or, you know, you may be in traffic.
Well, I know I spoke to a couple of friends who said their parents wanted to participate, but they said, Gina, we can't go to their house right now with COVID, and they don't know how to get on Zoom. So I completely understand. I mean, you know, so I don't think it's fair. It's not fair to them to talk about restricting development on parental subdivisions, restricting the building of homes on parental subdivision lots without waiting for this COVID issue to at least die down a little, so that these families can come in and participate in person, because that's probably the only way they'll be able to participate. So you're really taking away their voice, and I'm in complete opposition to that.
Well, and Liz, you've actually really emphasized the point that you yourself are, you know, the beneficiary of families being able to subdivide property, and you have greatly benefited from that. You also plan to do that with your various properties for your children and your descendants. So now that we know that there wasn't exactly the maybe huge, massive crowd that you would have liked, what was the tone and the theme of the feedback that was presented?
Could we point of information first? If we could just let our viewers and listeners know that we're talking about Bill 404. Right. There was a hearing earlier this month, and then there was another hearing yesterday at around 5:00. Did you guys listen in on that hearing yesterday?
We attended the hearing.
You did?
And
Okay.
I guess because of a lot of the public outcry, the government agencies are meeting to try to come to some resolution to solve some of the issues. I think one of the things that we're looking at is introducing the type 4, because we keep talking about alternative uses besides septic tanks. If septic tanks are the issue, that's another point. They're just going to have to correlate that to the pollution or the nitrates entering our water system. But they were looking at other alternative uses. One was introduced 9 years ago, but was never utilized or approved. And part of the reason was because there was a law didn't allow for type 4 facilities or type 4 type use. So it appears that they're looking at introducing something to allow for other type uses. So the system that was introduced 9 years ago, they continued to do studies on it, and it worked very well. And I think they monitored the nitrates in that particular system, but it wasn't allowed by law to allow for that in the regulations. So now they're introducing something to allow for it. We don't know the cost. According to Dave at the time, Dave Damian, who introduced it, he said that it was comparable to a septic tank system expense. But of course, 9 years has passed. He's going to have to revisit what that cost would be. But anyway, at least if they're allowing that to come, then we'll have to review other systems that are in place. And hopefully, if that passes, it'll be something that would be affordable to the local community, because, you know, that's a factor. But I think the first step is to get that system approved and allowed within our regulations. Without it, they can't do anything according to them. One of my issue too would be, okay, so if you introduce something and you introduce additional regulations that go with it, what we don't want to do is introduce too much that it becomes more of a hardship or does not make it feasible for a family to put in a system. So, I mean, good reasons for doing certain things, but then sometimes there's unintended consequences that become more of a burden. So I think, as Gina puts it, it's critical that we look at this. Now, I know they're reworking the verbiage and changing it so that we get an opportunity to review it again. But it'll take about 9 months to a year for them to get everything in place. So if they push this forward, it's going to probably be another year before anything happens. But we want to make sure that whatever verbiage is in place will help the community versus hurt the community.
Liz, I'm sorry. When we talk about that financial burden or the additional cost borne of the homeowner, how much are we talking about? Because there may be some people that are listening to this right now and they're like, you know, okay, well, I know that, you know, the political side and everything like that, I don't want to get involved in that. Maybe that might be the case given the turnout last night. But if they're just thinking in terms of the raw numbers, how much more would somebody have to pay if that was the case?
Septic tank systems, Gina, are what, 10,000? 8 to 10,000 in a septic tank system.
And it depends on the size of the house and all that. But I think if we're talking quarter-acre lots, to put a house on that, I mean, you're not, you know, you're probably talking 8 to 10,000. It really depends on the contractor as well. But see, that's the thing. Well, you know, I'm really confused about the process because, you know, this bill's proposed. We've listened to the testimony of the government officials and the senators themselves. We've read the Weary report, and the Weary report does not say we know for sure that these septic tanks and sewer leakage is causing this nitrate. It says actually that it could be causing it, it may be causing it, but we recommend further study to implement policy. And then you get the public involved. You know, it goes out. Thank goodness, you know, there are some of us that are still looking at what's going on over there at the legislature. But then you get the public involved. And I've not heard one person representing the public that has come out and say, I fully support this bill, or I support this bill a little bit. Everyone in the public that has testified has said, hey, we don't support this bill for one reason or another. I think everyone's pretty much said we support the idea of protecting the aquifer, but But this law doesn't seem to be targeting that. I don't think this law will serve as a solution. It is just eliminating parental rights. And so you look at that and you look at the public and they're all saying, hey guys, wait a minute, this isn't the right solution. And instead of saying, okay, let's pause, let's look at this, let's go back to the drawing board, the concept is, okay, let's change the verbiage. Let's just change the way we word this. Why does it have to be reactive like this? The public that the government should be serving is out here saying, guys, this is the wrong solution. The concept is agreeable. We must protect our aquifer, but this is the wrong solution. I don't understand why it feels like they're continuing to move forward with this bill by just rewriting the verbiage.
Yeah, and just
I don't understand that at all.
I think feel a little different if we had concrete studies that were definitive that showed where the source is coming from. But I think that's going to take a while before that type of study could be done. I know they've been monitoring. I mean, this whole concept has to do with protecting our water. But at the same time, they don't have anything concrete to point towards the septic tank system as the issue. Now, if they had more concrete studies, I think then our outlook would be probably different or our feedback would be different. But, and I think that will take some time. Or who knows, with new technology, maybe within a year's time, they could come up with a study that's more definitive. Because even the government studies that were done and the reports, they don't reflect a definitive.
Right. And if I could just read this, and this was from the Chamber of Commerce about Bill 404. It says, the bill introduced by Senator Regine Biscoe-Lee seeks to prohibit further use of septic tanks on certain lots located in the groundwater protection zone, regardless of whether said lots are part of parental subdivisions. The realtors have expressed concern regarding this measure as it will unintentionally hurt families that intend to conduct a parental subdivision and prevent further development of these lots. If enacted, this mandate will also cause the price of real property to increase. And so during that public hearing, the continued public hearing last night, what was, I guess, the bottom line, the takeaway from that hearing? You mentioned, they may change some of the verbiage, but Liz, you kept referring to a study. Was there any indication that, okay, we're going to do a study to examine the impacts?
I mean, there's talk about continuing the studies, but we don't know how long that's going to take. Mm-hmm. So, but I think the important thing is, if in introducing the type 4 system, I think that will allow for alternative uses, such as what David Demian has introduced and others. But again, it's all tied together. It's a package. So it's just a question of how far they move this. I mean, we've talked about why is it pushed along so quickly, I guess, because Regine Biscoe-Lee is...
Her term is ending.
Her term is
right,
ending. Yeah. And this is a legacy probably for her. I don't know. But she's leaving the legislature. And maybe the concern is who's going to carry the ball after she leaves. No clue. We don't know.
Well, I mean, if it's an idea that works, someone would carry it.
Yeah, right. That's right. But probably it'll slow it. It may be slowed down because there'll be, to look at studies, right, to work on the regs and all that stuff. That will take a while. Yeah,
this reminds me so much of the conversation we had yesterday and over the last few days about this bag bill, which is going to be, proposed to be implemented in January. And then we have,
it's on session agenda.
Right. And so, again, organizations and businesses are saying, hey, let's hold off on this. And we're seeing the same thing here. So how concerning is it that we have the senators just trying to ram stuff through before the end of the year that have, far-reaching impacts.
Chris, that's exactly the right point. You know, that bill, they also passed that during this COVID thing where people weren't, I mean, here you are just struggling to keep your doors open and keep your employees working, and who had time to really go in there and talk about this bag bill that goes into effect in January. And this is another example of a reaction to something. You know, nitrates and pollution over the aquifer. I mean, perhaps our goal should be to implement the dumping regulations right now. I mean, you go up to GIGO, we have stories after stories that you guys have aired about dump sites, illegal dump sites in GIGO. That is contributing also to the, you know, to the pollution of the aquifer. And we have laws already in place. Maybe we should focus on, you know, making sure those laws are being carried forward and you know, being addressed. Go do that cleanup. Why target the parental subdivision people? Why target them? And, you know, in order for this to work out well for everybody, especially the consumers, you really have to allow time to study these new septic tank systems. You can't just say this is what you're going to do and implement it without understanding what the costs are. And are there people here who could supply it? Are there people here who can install it? And if you try to do this too quickly, you're not going to have a competitive market. People are going to get stuck with maybe one or two vendors, and that's never a good thing. These families that are on parental, they're already struggling just trying to figure out how to bring water in. And now they have to worry about new septic tank systems that might be really pricey and hard to get approved, you know, or possibly the idea of trying to run in a sewer line. Shoot, they're having a problem just trying to figure out how to build a house, let alone bring in sewer. This isn't the right time for this, guys. It just really isn't. And again, I'm going to plead to the legislature, please, if this does come up, pause it. The community has come out and said, pause this. Don't solve this issue on the parental subdivision rules. It just isn't correct.
Ladies, I wanted to say, because you've talked about on House to Home that, you know, you're coming and bringing this issue forth as concerned citizens and as concerned Guamanians, not necessarily in your role as realtors. But, you know, when Sabrina read that statement from the Chamber of Commerce, you know, they cited the fact that realtors do have feelings about this. Has the Guam Association of Realtors begun to prepare any sort of like position statement on this so that they would advocate for their members and therefore advocate then for your customers and for the homeowners?
Yes, they've prepared testimony opposing this, just like we have. So yes, and it's not, again, I guess the other day someone commented it's those realtors. This issue is not just about realtors. This is about families. This is about our community. And as a product of parental subdivision, when we've talked to other people, they're so upset because they're families that have quite a bit of property in the northern area, and they want to do subdivisions to give it to their children and their grandchildren, and then just finding out. And, you know, the word really, I mean, the word got out because Gina and I are talking about it, and through House to Home, the word has spread. But it has not reached all those families because there are families out there that, you know, when we finally talk to them, you know, the grassroots are starting to hear about it, and they're coming out. And there was one woman last night who spoke about it and said, hey, my property is further in without infrastructure. I'm struggling to try to figure out how to bring that in. And now you've added an additional burden for me. So eventually the word is spreading and people are speaking. So we want to continue that. And again, it's not about me or Gina. It's about our community and helping others develop their property, because the prime thing here is home ownership is critical. It provides stability for families. And my first start was through parental subdivision. That was how I got my first piece of property. And we want that opportunity to continue for others. Why take it away?
Okay, well, Gina, we'll give the parting shot to you, my friend. We got Dave Della Sola from the Department of Labor coming up next. But what is the one thing? Sum it up in maybe 2 sentences, if you can. And again, blood pressure, Gina. What's the most important thing people should know about this? Oh, there you go.
You know, the most important thing, and my plea is to the senators. Most important thing you need to understand is, and the reason Liz and I are so passionate about this is, we meet with the families on a weekly basis who can't afford to buy homes that are currently listed in our market. And one of the reasons that it's so expensive to build here is the infrastructure cost, which you cannot finance. So I'm pleading to the people at the legislature, please don't add any more burdens to these families. This is not a realtor issue. We're here as a member of the public who gets to talk to these individuals who can't afford to buy what's out there. And we want them to preserve the right to build on their lots. They already have a hardship. This law is just going to add more hardship. And housing here is already unaffordable. Please, senators, help your people. Make it easier for them to build on their lots, not harder. There are ways that you can address this aquifer issue, but this isn't it. And we're pleading with you to please consider that if this comes up to a vote.
All right, well, ladies, thank you so much.
Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Gina.
Keep up the good fight, as they say.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Of course.
Anytime. You guys have a good day.
See you, ladies. We do have virtual. Jay, what do we got?
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Before you go, for the holiday season, Chris made his special... it's not just Banilla's doggo. Chris, what is it? The virtual...
It's pumpkin spice virtual.
Oh, pumpkin spice Banilla's
virtual.
doggo.
I was just thinking
Yeah, virtual pumpkin spice Banilla's doggo.
Hey, Chris, we can't taste it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it's pumpkin spice...
Watch out. Maybe you got COVID.
Oh, no.
Hey. Liz, that's his words, not mine. Oh, okay, if you said pumpkin spice, there's a lot of base kids who are going crazy right now.
Yeah,
Ooh, pumpkin spice.
That's right behind you in the virtual Zoom room.
We'll come over to get our shit.
Okay, right on.
Yep.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great
That's
day,
the
guys.
ladies. Okay.
Thank you.
Right on. Yeah, I don't know, Bree. It just seems kind of like a public hearing. They're like, no, we're gonna go change the verbiage.
Yeah, you know, and I'm just
kinda reckless.
I'm reading the statement from the Chamber of Commerce. I know Peter, he actually watched the meeting, the public hearing yesterday, and he was like, Bree, messaging me, like, people seem really upset about this bill.
No,
like, really?
And I've been doing the House to Home segment with Liz and Gina going on almost 7 years now and everything like that, and I have never seen them be as basically restraining themselves from getting too emotional over talking about this. And like they said, they're like, okay, everybody thinks it's a realtor's issue and because there's some sort of big payday for us at the end. And they're like, no, they're like, fundamentally, this goes to the heart of property ownership. And if you guys didn't know,
basically, guys, the basic, like if Jay had a property up north that was, let's say in the middle of the jungle, and he wanted to build a home, a family home, for his future wife and his future children, he wouldn't be able to put it in a septic tank. He would have to run however many miles of pipe to the sewer line, which is a crazy cost. Yeah, and you got to pay for it.
That's one thing most people do not know is home ownership on Guam. You cannot finance infrastructure.
There's the system development charge. I mean, it happened when we were building our house in Chico.
Yeah. And it kind of just makes me wonder,
bring
like
that line in, it's got to be a certain size.
And like she just said, now the cost of actually getting that infrastructure cost, it just went up 10 G's.
But it makes me wonder, like who is making the other system? That's what I want to know when you see a bill like that. You're like, okay, who's going to benefit from this? There's got to be. There's somebody's party's probably making the other system that they're trying to force people to have. That's probably what it is.
And I mean, the Chamber of Commerce, in their testimony, they said that they appreciate the author's intent in protecting the island's aquifer and drinking water. However, if passed, the measure would have unintentional consequences that would be of great impact to the people of Guam. And those consequences include an increase in the cost of single-family dwellings, making it impossible for the subdivision of lots associated with probate purposes or descendant estate surveys, negatively impacting the availability of affordable homes for residents, and would negatively impact the construction industry and associated employment. And I know that Simon testified at last night's hearing. Peter was telling me, so we can
He's
talk
coming
to
on
him,
later.
about how he felt, because this isn't the only bill I think that they're concerned
Well,
about.
and I was telling him on Tuesday,
There's a bunch of bills that just people. I mean, you get in these same organizations, be like, hey, wait a second. Like there's the one with the solar power.
Yeah,
for
I think
GDO.
that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one that they're saying is going to jack up the power bill. And I don't know. It kind of seems to me like some of these are just special interests. Somebody's going to make a buck, and they're trying to sneak it in at the end of the term, kind of deal.
It's just, there's all these bills that are out there that are being introduced, and people like Liz and Gina said, right now they're concentrating on staying alive and keeping afloat, and for some businesses just staying open.
And I think in a lot of ways, some of these senators are taking advantage of that because they know that the public
isn't paying attention as much.
No, it's not even that. That they don't necessarily have the means, like Liz and Gina said. I mean, does Tanana know how to do frickin' Zoom? 7:53. Let's go in the Zoom room now, where we have somebody who does know how to Zoom quite frequently. Dave Della Sola, Labor Director. Dave, wow.
That's a lovely display.
That is. Tell us a little bit. Let's just start there. Oh, he's like, this thing? This little thing?
Oh, wow.
Hashtag making spirits bright GU. What you got there, Dave?
Well, I have some good news for you guys. It took a second round, but yesterday we had a little bit of problem with the LWA, and we had to rebatch, and been working all night. But I managed to pull off $25.9 million in LWA with a little bit of PUA is batched today. So that is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm happy to say that 25.2 million is LWA, 650,000 is PUA, and 41.4 is thousand is FPUC. But $25.2 million in LWA has been batched today, and we'll take a final look at the payment register to make sure everything is good. We'll request the drawdown by the end of the day, and hopefully direct deposits will happen early next week.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry
You
Christmas.
filthy animals.
So that was a lot of work. I want to congratulate my staff for working extra day during the Santa Maria Common Day every day to get this out for the people for the holidays. And hopefully this will be all good so that we are turning our attention to the PUA. And it's going to be a monumental task to see what we can do with that. Just, with all the fraud and everything, we're trying to expeditiously get them out, get it clean, and get as much for the holidays for everybody. That was the task that the governor asked me to try to do for the island. And so we're putting in a lot of extra time to try to get that realized for her and for our people.
Dave, as we approach the end of the month and the exhausting of this unemployment program, what's going to happen to you and the staff here?
I'll retire and go to another. I will.
You're moving to Saipan?
There's still a lot of work. We're not, we still have a lot of claims that have some issues to it. We have appeals. We have overrights. We still have months of work just in the PUA program that will continue on. We got reporting. We got clean outs. And as you know, something most likely will come down, whether it's not before the holidays. They're trying to pass something after the holidays. So we're really just trying to clean house and trying to get things ready for our round two. And that's why we're also trying to push out and get everything out of the way, because we don't know what this round 2 will look like yet.
Well, I was just pulling up. There's a press release that came out from Hannah regarding be aware of PUA overpayment scams.
Yeah, it was brought up to our attention. I guess if there's money to be made or stolen, somebody will come up with something. And it isn't widespread. It was just a claimant that received an email and phone calls that were basically asking, hey, you take advantage of a 30% discount on your overpayment, sign up with us and, make your payments through us and we'll handle your money for you. So we just got to let people aware. I mean, thankfully that claimant was smart enough to know that you don't, reply to the internet phishing emails and give them your personal data. So I just, I would be remiss not to tell everybody in the island, there's only one way you can make payment, and that is with a cashier check directly to our office with a live person. There's no online, there's no credit card, there is no mail-in. No, you have to come in person and hand us a check and sign for it. So that just kind of eliminates any other options out there that you may receive or you may get, that only on the 4th floor of the GCIC building, by appointment only, you can make your overpayment payment to us. And that's the only way we accept it. So just be aware that I don't know how widespread or if it was just an isolated incident, but I want to make sure that we get it out to everybody so that they are aware of it. And I appreciate you guys pressing it out for us.
Can you refresh my memory how much was paid out in overpayment and how much has been collected so far?
I think we were over. It's so dynamic because, there's lines of people with appointments every day making payments that are aware. I mean, most of the people, not all, most of the people are aware that they received an overpayment, and a lot of it had to do with employers paying PPP retro back, because in order for them to get full credit for their PPP, they had to give out a certain amount for their salaries. And so they went back and paid everybody, and they know that they filed for PUA and you can't get both. So they're diligently coming in and paying for it. And then, of course, you have some that aren't so happy about it because maybe they filed erroneously or they didn't put in their income that they made, and so that they got a reduced amount or they were disqualified for certain weeks. So there's various reasons, but we just continue to, every day people come in, pay, and last time I heard I think we were below 500,000 in overpayments, and we continue to just keep doing that. We continue to do the appeals. We're hitting it very hard. And we're cleaning up a lot of that. So, besides getting out all this money and in time for the holidays, we continue to do the house cleaning and fixing and hopefully, getting everybody squared away. And we're trying to still fix claims for people. And I do want to let everybody know that even if the program expires, we will still be allowed to pay out. So anybody that has a claim in that has a problem and didn't receive the money by the time it expires, we can circle around, fix them up, and then pay them. And same with the appeals. If they win their appeals in January, February, we will pay them out. So the program doesn't stop. And same with the LWA. It'll continue afterwards as we do the final numbers and the final push to get everybody cleaned.
Dave, I was wondering, as we see more things open for longer, how much of a decrease are you seeing in the claims that you're paying out? As a lot of people, well, it seems like a lot of people are back at work. Has that made a dent in your workload?
We have noticed a lot less claims. I don't know whether I can contribute it to people going back to work. A lot of the initial hit was when we went back into PCOR 1 were refilers. So a lot of people that were furloughed or laid off initially back in March and started working in June, but then were re-furloughed when we went back to PCOR 1. And now it's dropped a lot. I think a lot of people have just submitted their claims, and a lot of people, if they were furloughed, they were furloughed back in the latter part of August, September, and not much more movement has happened since November and into December. It's kind of leveled off, and yeah, you're right. Some have gone back to work. Some are already claimed, and they're getting their PUA, and no new actions or closings have not in the scale that was before happened, in the November month.
Do you have a number on the unemployed here in Guam?
No, the unemployment is done by a survey, and it's the last one that went out was in June, last June, I believe, which was 17 point something percent that Gary Hiles, and I believe that he'll be working on the September. So it happens every quarter, and it is delayed because of the PUA PCOR, but offhand, and that sounds about right, 17%, considering that a lot of people were reduced in hours and aren't in that number.
And if Congress does pass another CARES Act package, and it doesn't include another round of unemployment insurance for Guam, will people have to reapply?
You're asking me to speculate. What initially I heard was that it was going to be a continuation of PUA, and what that comes out to is, anybody can guess, because I just saw last night before I went to bed that the White House was saying no unemployment. They want to just do a $600 stimulus. So it keeps going like a ping pong ball back and forth. But, the last thing I saw was going to be an extra $300. And what I read is at an extra benefit. So I'm strictly armchairing it. Mm-hmm. I read that as saying that it's an extra $300 on and above your $345, just like the FPUC was. And that was going to be for an extra 15 months, through March. And so that would be, $645, I'm sorry, of additional every week. And, but, as I've learned since August, what they say and what they do and what happens is anybody's guess. So we just want to try to get the money out and pay everybody in holiday as the governor requested us to do. And we're working very hard and rapidly to try to do that. We're gonna, now with this LWA, we'll just double check that, make sure that it's all good before we do the drawdown. And we're gonna turn our attention over to the PUA program and see how much we can move that date forward to get out as much as we can with that for next week. So we have definitely our work cut out for us. Our staff is set and has been working tirelessly to try to make sure that we do follow what the governor said, get out the money in time for the holidays as quickly as possible. And we're trying to do that and try to get it out for our people. And I do ask, I just want to say, please, with this money that you're getting, save some of this for January and February. Don't spend it all. Don't think that, even if Congress passed some things, we don't know how quickly we can implement it because we have no idea what they're going to pass, and anticipate that there may be a stoppage and it may be a delay before the next round comes in. So my advice to you is take some of it, have a nice Christmas, and take some of it and put it away for a rainy day.
When is the last day again to apply? to file a claim?
I'm sorry?
When is the last day to file a claim?
I believe it's the 26th of December.
26 December. Okay.
That's the last full work week, and that's the last week that you can apply for.
Okay.
Dave, what are you anticipating the impact will be? I mean, obvious it's going to be a big impact for people who are on the program. But when you're saying, hey, save some of this money for January, I think it's clear you're concerned that a lot of people are going to be left out in the cold come January when this program runs out.
Well, you know, it's hard for me to say how people are doing. All I can tell you is that if they were on my program for 39 weeks with this LWA, they're looking at like $26,000, $27,000 in this period. And that's just one person in the household. It could be multiple persons. So there is enough there to save some for the next, you know, whatever happens after the new year. And we've been telling everybody to please try to save that money because we don't know what's going to happen. And nobody knows with this pandemic, you know, nobody predicted the second wave and how long it was going to last. So there's just too many unknowns that you have to be smart when it comes to your family and your household income. That's, like I said, easy for me to say. And that's what, you know, there's going to be a large sum coming out for those people for this in time for this holiday. So save some of that because I will work tirelessly to get out the next program out as quickly as possible. But a lot of that is not within my control. It's within the USDOL, Congress, the president, and how quickly Guam is treated differently than the states. It just takes longer for us to get everything put into place from them because their priority is the states. And so we could anticipate, you know, a delay.
Well, thank you, Dave, for the updates.
Can you show us your Belen?
Sure. This was, we got this in Spain, the Leandro set.
Wow.
Wow.
We're out there. Yeah, I got that for my wife for Christmas.
Very sweet. When did you put it up, Dave?
We put it up last week.
Nice. All right. I'll let you know if I run into some Lumut for you, okay?
Yeah, we could use some of that. That's what was missing to give it that local touch.
Right. Yeah.
And,
I'll let you know. Appreciate your time, Dave.
We're happy with it. My wife loves it, and it gives us a chance to think of our travels when we were able to travel.
Yes, I hear you.
And what we hope to do again after this tour.
Yeah, Bree's normally in Las Vegas at this time.
Yeah, so and even our Christmas tree has all our Christmas bulbs from all over the places that we visited in Europe, all the Christmas markets that my wife made me go to, and you know, every Christmas shop that we had to get a Christmas bulb. But you know, now that I see it up, it brings back, like I said, good memories of our traveling and when days of fun and having a good time. And we'll get there again. And look forward to that time.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, guys.
God bless you.
Merry Christmas
You
to
too,
you
you
and
too.
KUAM family.
Dave, right behind you on the shelf there's some virtual pumpkin spice Benellis Dogu, if you want to take.
Oh, good. And I have virtual PUA checks for both of you.
Yes. Hey, Dave. There you go. All right.
I did wisely.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm going to save some.
Yeah.
Like you said. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. All right. Dave De La Sola, Labor Director.
Man.
We getting PUA. Virtual PUA, okay? Don't get it twisted. It's virtual.
That means nothing.
Yeah. Thoughts any off. Okay.
Yeah, but that was a great message.
No.
Save your money? Yeah, this is a good message. 810.
The funny thing is, you know, I was having a conversation with one of our coworkers, and, you know, and they're like, yeah, you know, PUA, this and that. And I was like, man, I wonder what it would be like to get PUA. So I get a virtual PUA check. Yay.
That's it. Now you know. Hey, it's 8:11 to our viewers on KUAM TV. Thanks for letting us go a little bit over on your time. It's just that, I know a lot of you guys watching are on that PUA, and the information was important to you. And there's also some more great programming coming up on KUAM TV. You can jump on the show here, Facebook Live feed. Coming up, we have Mayors Luis Rivera of Tamuning, Tatuha, and also Dedido Mayor Melissa Savars to kind of unpack some of the things going on in their village.
Yep, they're going to ramp up, especially Dedido, the community testing at the Micronesian Mall.
Right, and it's crazy. We just talked to Janella about this a few days ago, and then boom, there it is. Swab while you shop. I think trademark Chris Barnett.
Or when you go in, get swabbed, and then when you come out, get your results.
So we'll find out all about that and what their role is in standing up that community mass testing in their village. Also, Simon Sanchez, CCU coming on, and then the Guam Hogs. They do it every year, Jay, with the candy run.
Yes, indeed.
And this year is no different.
Yeah, I mean, their commitment to the island and to helping kids.
Their commitment to rottening the kids' mouth, it's to be noted.
So Ronada, otherwise known in the motorcycle community, Roro, your cousin, by the way.
Roro, yeah. I didn't know his nickname was Roro.
He's going to appreciate those comments.
Right, yeah. I'm kidding, Prim.
No, these guys are all about service, and they're all about taking care of the kids. So.
All right, so we got that coming up. Hey, it's 8:12 again to our viewers on KUAM TV. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta, adios.
Bye.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. That's right. We're putting a Chris in Christmas right here on the link. It's 8:13. We're KUAM FM, Hagatna, Guam. We'll take a short break, and we're coming back with your village mayor if you're from Tatuha or Dedido. Next, right here on The Breeze, 93.9.
This message is brought to you.
Holiday federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Calvo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network, including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
Hey kids! With the best holiday of the year approaching, KUAM has arranged a way for you to make sure Santa knows what you want for Christmas. Santa and Mrs. Claus have set up a virtual mailbox at KUAM.com with help from your friends at Dial Rent to Own. This is a chance for you to write your very own letter to Santa. Have an adult download the letter form, fill it out with your Christmas wishes, and send it in to us at letterstosanta@KUAM.com. Santa will read every letter submitted, but you may be chosen to join our Christmas Zoom party where you get to talk to the big guy himself on December 19th. If you're chosen, you will receive a special emailed invitation for you to attend the virtual fun. Stay informed with the stations and platforms of KUAM for all the details, and make sure you are being nice and not too naughty from today until Santa comes to visit. Letters to Santa is brought to you by Dial Rent to Own and all the L's at KUAM.
Merry Christmas!
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and its community partners, McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, and the Guam Museum want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, the Guam Museum, and KUAM Communications. Breaking news! This just in, Santa has a combined $4,000 to give away for Guam's best outdoor holiday display. Submit your outdoor display for a chance to win cash prizes. All submissions will be posted on our Facebook page, and the top 10 most liked pictures or videos wins a special cash prize to make your season even brighter. Visit KUAM.com for more details. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It's another thing we got to get used to.
The car score! And I know it's confusing. I'm not even going to pretend to understand the formula that goes into calculating the car score. It's something like you divide the square root of 144 multiplied by the number of positives on any given day, divided by the quotient of the circumference of the island, or something like that.
I don't know. I don't get it. But what I do know is that we have to strive for 5. And we have been saying it for months now. You've got to practice social distancing. You got to wear a mask. And please, wash your hands.
And hey, if you don't got to go anywhere, then let's just keep it simple. Stay home!
We got this, Guam. Let's continue to move in the right direction. Strive for 5 and keep it there.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace continues on the stations of KUAM and on our webpage at KUAMChristmasPops.com. Catch the encore through December 11th on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering. And JA Guam, bringing the business of life to life.
You overcame the challenges of this day and age and showed the world that our spirit of Inafat Malik is unbreakable. Siduas Maasi to all our community partners who helped the KUAM Care Force in giving back this year. And thanks to you especially, the people of Guam. Your kindness and generosity gave hope to so many in need this year. Let Giving Tuesday be the spark that keeps the spirit of generosity going throughout the year.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Christmas time is here.
Do the prep. Do the prep.
If you needed any more proof that Jotner rules, there it is.
That was in 1996 when that CD came out. I remember.
St. Francis Children's Choir.
1996.
1996 that came out.
That's when I moved to Guam, 1996.
And what's funny about that is those young Guamanians, those kids who did that now, they're
all grown up now.
They're probably celebrating like their 10th high school graduation anniversary.
8:20. Good morning. It's Thursday, December 10th, episode of The Link on the Breeze, the 93.9. Coming up, we got a special performance from Joe Guam, brought to you by Guam Windward Memorial. That's on the way. It's 8:20. Something else that's on the way tonight, local music mashup, holiday edition, Christmas version. So thank you to all of our local artists who submitted Christmas holiday video performances. And hey, if you guys, any of my musician friends see my number, make sure you pick up because we're looking for, we just want everybody to turn in some nice holiday jams for the people of Guam.
Another thing that we're doing is we're working on a two Christmas specials, actually. One is with the GATE program led by Ernest Ochoco. So I'm working on producing a special on that. And then we've also got another Christmas special with Cesar Medina. He was on yesterday, recruiting and asking for any dance groups that want to submit a performance. Please do so. You can email them to me at sabrina@kuam.com, or you can message us on Facebook. And we ask that you do your dance performance and send it in. It is a Christmas performance for the holidays, and that will air on Christmas Day.
Right, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like, you don't have to be a Brian Esperon level dance performer. I mean, yeah, we do want those, but, you know, maybe you and your auntie, maybe you want to do a little, you know, Christmas waltz, or, you know, maybe you and your family want to do the Tinickling.
And this is, you know, the Christmas Day show, it's also to raise money for the Salvation Army.
Right on.
So if you want to do something and give back to the community at the same time, please email me, sabrina@kuam.com.
Right, and then also another thing that is cooking, let's just say it's in the oven. Sabrina's, what is it?
Breeze Baking Club.
Breeze Baking Club.
Holiday. Right, so the week of Christmas, kind of enlisted some friends.
Kind of.
Some voluntold. To bake something for Christmas. Share a recipe. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yes, it is. And you already got a couple people signed up, Bri. I know you don't want to say too much about it, but...
No, it's okay. We've got the governor. She's going to be baking some cookies for us.
And I must say, because I last interviewed the governor for Cruising with KUAM last December. I'm sorry, January, right before the pandemic hit. So I spent a considerable amount of time with her, and she said that actually a relaxation thing of hers is baking for the grands. And she was telling me all the stuff she was baking. She has got skills.
Wow.
She can make some amazing cookies.
So yeah, she's going to be making cookies for the segment, and Cami, remember Cami Aguirola? She's going to be baking something. Sarah Phyllis Camacho, she's going to be baking something for our program, and Mr. Chris Barnett.
You know what I would love to see Sarah Phyllis do? Because you know Sarah's really made a name for herself. You know, I mean, she was it Miss Earth, Miss Tourism? Yeah,
she's also an award-winning film.
Yeah, and now she's an award-winning filmmaker. Sarah, if you're watching right now, make those cookies with, you know, like the clapper. They're just like, Merry Christmas! Take one. Clack.
Yeah, totally feasible, Jay.
Hey, she's a creative person.
Bri, can I get a little more in the rules, though? Because you know I'm not a dessert. I mean, I make ice cream, but you don't bake ice cream. So is it just like, is it just anything in the oven? It has to be in the oven.
That's typically what baking is.
Okay, yeah. I know what baking is.
But not baked chicken, bro.
You can make some barbecued cupcakes? What are you talking about?
No, I mean, could it be solid? Does it have to be like desserty?
It could be whatever you want. You're baking something.
Okay, so it's like I could do a pasta bake or, right?
Oh, come on.
Okay. Well,
you said I'm gonna bring it.
Yeah, I told you I'm gonna make brownies, and you're like, no, don't be making no brownies.
Your brownies are special brownies.
So Governor Lulian Girl is gonna bring in, assumedly, like these amazing sugar cookies, you know, with the Hershey Kiss in the middle and everything. Chris is like, guess who brought lasagna?
I think it's gonna be a little bit more fancier than that.
Okay, no, it's all right. I can bring it. I'll try.
I know you can.
Yeah.
You rise to the challenge.
You know what, guys? I wonder if any of
even though this isn't a challenge.
I wonder if any.
Oh, we're making it a challenge though.
Oh, see.
I wonder if any of the mayors are expert bakers. We should find out.
I bet they are.
Yeah. And hey, look at that. Speaking of mayors, Jay. Wow.
What timing?
What perfect timing. Let's go into the Zoom room where we have two of our greatest northern mayors at 8:24. We have Dedito Mayor Melissa Savares and Tamuning Tumont Harmon Mayor Luis Rivera. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's just start with the baking thing. Are either of you guys bakers?
I used to bake
before.
But that's used to.
That's before Mayor. Ain't got no time to be baking now, Chris.
What'd you make, Mayor Savares?
I used to bake cookies, actually.
What kind?
I did chocolate chip, and I used to do Sandy's for Christmas, but no more.
How good are your Sandies?
Sandy's?
Yeah, how good? I mean,
Are they? My kids liked them.
Wow.
Nobody choked on them.
Right, yeah. Can't be too dry. Yeah, it's Sandy's, not Risketti.
Yeah.
How about you, Mary Louise? What's your specialty?
Oh, I did a lot of baking of cakes and cookies, and that's what made us so fat. So I got rid of my oven.
He's like, throw that out. Go put that with the white goods over there, guys.
Yeah. We don't need it anymore.
No, man, we're throwing that.
That's funny.
Well,
okay, so you guys are going to be
pretty
handling
busy.
The mass testing resumes tomorrow. First, it starts at the Micronesia Mall in Dededo. So, Mayor, I believe this is Public Health is working with the village mayors, and so tell us about the preparations and the assistance that you're going to be providing.
Yeah. So whenever it's these events are in our communities, whether it be in the neighborhoods or at, the parks or wherever it is, to include even at the community health centers, we as mayors actually support the logistics setup in most cases. And so, of course, it being at the Micronesia Mall, being in Dededo, and I know GPO being in Tumuning, both Mayor Rivera and our staff, Dededo and Tumuning staff will be setting up possibly this afternoon or late this afternoon, because COVID testing starts at 8 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So, we set up the canopies, tables, and chairs.
Mayor, we saw in the last week when they did the outreach testing, they were talking a lot about the low turnout. How are you getting the word out in the village? I mean, I know they just announced it, but how are you getting the word out in the village so that we can get a lot of people tested?
Of course, we do with neighborhood watch chat groups. And then, of course, we really rely on the media. But most importantly, we're even looking at, when we do our food distribution, we'll probably invite public health to do a swabbing, because we do get a number of people that come to the food commodity pickup. So wherever we can, whether it be church bulletins or neighborhood watch chat groups, of course, flyers, whatever. WhatsApp is a big big thing. You send it to one family member or a chat group, and that goes viral. So that's how we as mayors are actually sending things out.
Mayor Louise, so Saturday, Guam Premier Outlets, the food court parking lot, 9 to 12, both Saturday and Sunday, right?
Yes. Yes. So, that's a big event. I know we also offered to work with having it at the church, but they want to reach out to people that are still at work and those that are going to going Christmas shopping, and some people are just staying in their cars while they wait for their partner to go in and grab something. So, it's a good idea. It's great that they're having it at the malls, because they can also get tested and do their shopping at the same time, or pick up whatever they need in the area. So and that may have been the cause too for the low voter turnout, because a lot of places are closing early, and so during the time that they need to get things done, that's also the same time they're having the testing, or some of them are at work. So bringing it closer to those that are working, those that are picking up stuff for other people that are in quarantine, it's great that they're bringing it to the shopping places, to the mall and GPO.
What's your sense in the community with your constituents? Are they still following all of the social distancing and wearing masks? I mean, it's the holiday season. You guys probably seen people going to the mall and to GPO. Is everybody still, complying?
We're seeing that, every day, a lot of hours in the day, I look over to GPO. I see the line at Ross, to make sure, everybody's complying. How does the line look? Are they, are they spread apart? There's still a lot of people, they feel that they're safe because they're using their mask. But we still need to go out there and have people out there reminding them, like, we still need to, keep apart and social distance. So, yeah, there has not been any big complaints, to our office in regards to people congregating or, even like, those that come around the park to exercise and our parking lot, they're, everyone's still, adhering to the rules. And we do have people out there, making sure to remind them.
I wanted to go ahead. Good. I wanted to switch gears because Mayor Louise, this is an issue that you were very passionate about at the beginning of the pandemic, and it was about the island's homeless situation. Today, OHAP, they're having a pretty, I want to say it's going to be a big meeting, considering that CARES Act funding runs out at the end of this month. And the Global Dorm, it's the only shelter that is open during this pandemic. And there's a little over 100 homeless people there, more than half are children. And it's funded through CARES Act funding. And so knowing that CARES Act funding runs out, and I think it was Mayor Hoffman who was saying that he's expecting to see a surge of more homeless people.
And they like Guam got the money to pay for it.
Mm-hmm. And they've asked for DOI to use a portion of $12 million to help find a non-congregate shelter for these homeless people. How concerned are you about we might see these homeless people without a place to go at the end of the month?
It's a great concern, and now we're seeing a lot of individuals that are coming from other places around the island, and so we get to know them. We'll talk with them and question them, and a lot of times we know that they have family. They have family members, and so it's the educational part, or just talking to them to be good, because they don't like the rules. That's why they left their home and they rather be out and free, staying in the park. Bottom line is we tell them, when we try to seek you, what are your issues? Is your family members getting mad at you because you're not helping to clean around the house or clean up after yourself at least? Why don't they want you at their home? Because there's a lot with family, and it's really sad. We see people that come from big local families, and is it because they smoke cigarettes or they drink, alcohol? What can we do to help them stop that bad habit and be a contributing member to their household, to that family? And so, it's really, I see, there's a lot of social work that needs to be put into this, because they'll be hanging out, lounging out because it's a government facility. If they're around here in our park, our office, and center, and they want free Wi-Fi, so, we're understanding to all these things, and, we have compassion for them when we see them out there and then it's raining, trying to keep them sheltered from the rain, and it's only getting worse. And I'm really glad that Mayor Hoffman, he's our representative, in that board, And so, he has been informing us of the need, for more shelters. They're looking for, people who are willing to, rent out their building, but at a fair price. And, so, we're still hoping for like individuals that care and see the problems that we're having. If you've been blessed with a lot of property and buildings, and that you can give up one for a fair price, please do so. We continue to help look for landlords or property owners that can do that.
Yeah, definitely seeing new homeless out here. There's an intersection, the popular spot for the panhandling, and I may see 2-3 people I've never seen before. And I'm out here every day.
Are you also seeing an increase or new homeless people in Dededo, Mayor Savaras? And are you part of OHAP?
No, it's Mayor Hoffman is our
just Mayor Hoffman,
representative.
okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so we have seen an increase, and actually I speak to them and ask them, where did you come from? And especially like you see the panhandlers, right? And I always remind my colleagues that, hey, they came from your village. But, this is one of the things that they tell us. I said, well, why are you over here? Especially because they're coming from places far from, on the other side of Assam, right? And so they said, oh, because there's too much competition at the Chief Kapua Loop or the library area. So they come further north where there's more intersections. And that's where Mayor Rivera and I have the concerns. The ones at across from the mall, by the mall and the McDonald's area, near your area, is they're not even from Dededo. But then what happens is their families come and pick them up over the weekend. So at night, I can see them at the Shell gas stations waiting for somebody to come and pick them up to take them to their ranch where they live, or their home in another village. So, and it's talking to them. And like Mayor Rivera said, a lot of them have maybe behavioral health issues or substance abuse issues. We talk to them about getting help and where they can go. I've even offered, one individual or two of them actually said, well, I don't have my birth certificate. That's why I can't get into Global Dorm. And they said, if you give me money, I'll go get it. And I said, no, here's an authorization. Give me an authorization to go retrieve your birth certificate, because I will not give them the money because they'll use it on something else. I've even given them bus money to get to Tamuning to go to public health, vital statistics. And of course, they're not on the bus. I said, why didn't you go on? Oh, we went and bought a drink instead, So like I said, it's issues where they don't want to follow the rules of where their families are at. And families will tell, I actually make contact with family members who are their relatives here. And they said, just call the police, because they don't even listen to us. But, we don't want to go that far. The police have their hands full too. So, it's about us working together to help these individuals. There's housing programs. There's, if they don't want to be the director, there's other jobs that they can apply for. Everybody wants to apply for the job, but they want to be the director, right? There's other, jobs that they can apply for, that entry level. We know there's a construction boom. Let's get you in. You used to work at the construction company.
Yeah.
Let's get you your police and court clearance so you can get back in.
I thought all that was supposed to be
the concerns. We try, as mayors, we try every way to find ways to get them into programs. There's so many programs that they can benefit from.
Right, and I thought that was supposed to be part of, and the last time we followed up on it, they weren't really clear on whether or not it was stood up, but I thought that the Global Dorm was supposed to kind of be the ground zero for these programs that help get homeless back, housed first of all, and then maybe even joining the workforce and stuff. But
you mean the wraparound services
the
that
passport
Catholic
services.
Social
Right,
Services is providing? No, I think they are. And, Gora's helping, I think GHC for rapid rehousing.
Rapid rehousing, yeah.
But there's just so many homeless people
Yeah.
on Guam, you know. When some go out, more come in.
Right, correct.
And now, you know, we have so many children that are up there.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've heard from Lieutenant Governor that they've been trying to get another shelter, but businesses, they're not saying who, are turning in these crazy prices where, you know, the government can't afford.
And the crazy
pay
prices
that.
the government can't afford, that's only for the quarantine facilities. We can't do that for the homeless shelters.
There you go.
Mayor Louise,
Yeah.
go ahead. You look like you want to say something.
No. I'm just ready for any of your questions that you have. Yeah, there's a lot going on here in Tumuning,
Yeah.
Tumon,
And Mayor,
and Harmon.
right before we even had this global dorm, I remember back in the height of the first surge when we were in lockdown, you were one of the voices that was coming out saying, hey, what about the homeless people? Right? So I know they're very close to your heart.
Yes, it is. There's so many people that that we that come around, and there's a lot of them also that have their pride, and are very respectful. So they would they stay hidden. Some will stay down at the beach, I guess, where there's free water, and that come around, very proud about those that that have their success stories. Many of them are homeless, and then like now they'll come and tell me, oh, we finally got a job, we got hired at this company. So we just have to continue to communicate with these individuals and find out what their story is and how we can help them, because there's many of them that don't know how to get the help. Sometimes it's just the paperwork issue. The minute they're given an application form, or like to apply for housing or any type of benefits, they're already they're having anxiety. They're like, oh, I cannot do that, and so that's why I'm saying it really takes a lot of social work, a lot of social workers to come out. And I appreciate everyone that comes out and just talks to them, and and then we share stories, to find out maybe they told them something that they didn't tell me, and then when we communicate, we're better able to help them.
Have you guys been kept abreast, or even know if there is any plan or strategy on what is going to happen when the CARES Act funding is gone at the end of the month, and what they're going to do with the homeless? Are they going to keep them at Global Dorm, or are they going to put them back out on the street, or even just what about the hundreds of other homeless people?
Well, I know that we're working with GURA. I've spoken to Mayor Hoffman, and that was my concern, because I have the ones that have children that are at the Global Dorm, and the last thing I want is for them to come back into the park, especially because they have children. And one of the reasons why they stay in our parks is because it's closer to the schools where the children go to, and they were in a school that was next to the homeless shelter, the Goma San Jose shelter. And so, of course, after their term had ended there, they moved to a common area, but it's still not safe. It's not under it's either our village parks or parks that are under Parks and Recreation, and where there's nearby utilities that they could take their showers and stuff. But that was my concern. And I know that several of them, several of the families, because we're talking families with children over there, they've applied, their applications are in. It took a while to get the necessary documents, because not everybody's born on Guam where you can just go to Vital Stats and get a birth certificate. Mm-hmm. It's working with council generals to get it from one of their consulate offices, and those social security cards are also required in certain cases. So trying to get an original card from SSA, takes a while. Mm-hmm. So I think that Global Dorm, the social workers there have actually been working with the different agencies and organizations to get those things. Once they get those in, places like Guam Housing, GURA, will be able to process for those that qualify. Mm-hmm. Some of them have, if they have a record, there's some restrictions with, especially GURA, depending on what your cases, your pending cases, or your cases that you were convicted with. Some of them had served time, but I was talking to the team, and I said, we can't, jeopardize the safety of the children. I know CPS has gotten involved with, removing some children from families because the families don't want to put them in a safer place.
I wanted to switch gears on the vaccine and whether or not mayors or any of your employees are on that priority list for getting vaccinated. Have you guys been involved in any discussions, or do you even feel that you should be a priority considering all the work you guys are doing?
I was wondering about that, and we have not heard anything. I have not heard anything about it.
Yeah, we're frontline, but on the different line.
Front side, you're on the front sideline, right? Hi, day.
But do you feel that you guys should be in the line,
or your staff at least,
in the right line, in the front line?
Yes, and one of the things is, I want to make you all understand, the mayors have never stopped working, especially the ones that have senior citizen centers. We have served meals to our seniors since March 16th. Whether it be the first week was sending canned goods that were packed commodities to our seniors, and then but most especially, remember, they were the most vulnerable clients, like communities members. Excuse me, but we've never stopped working. So yes, we are frontline to our people. We're not first responders where we were picking up patients and taking them to the hospitals, but we were there making sure that our community was safe. Our people in our community were safe, especially the most vulnerable. So I know that we're on that line, but of course, I would want my seniors to be to get the vaccine before me, because some of them are diabetics, they have renal disease, they have heart conditions. And if this vaccine is going to prolong their life and make them live longer so they can come back and play bingo and dance with their friends, I'm going to give it to them first. Right, Mayor?
Right.
I think that, the Manumco are on the list. Right. And that's why I just asked you, because you really do. Whenever there's a disaster, who do you call? You call the mayor.
Right.
Well, so do you guys plan on writing a letter and say, hey, don't forget us? Or...
No, I'm part of a Zoom meeting every week. And so with leadership, so we are on the list. But of course, nurses are the ones swabbing, doctors, the medics who respond to pick up patients, or those that are actually dealing with the, front line with them, are the ones that they're a part. There is enough for us as well. I would offer to my staff before I take it. I'll be at the end of the line. If anybody, I would offer to people who I don't have comorbidities. So, I don't feel that I'm at risk, but I do protect myself. And for those that do have those illnesses that could be in jeopardy, jeopardize themselves, I would offer it to them first.
Dang, Mayor Luis, you're looking like Mayor Savaras. We're busting our ass. We should be front of the line, in the right line.
Go ahead, Mayor Louise. Song on them. Let me tell you, Adeline, where were you when we were delivering meals to these Wanamku, huh? Where were you in the commodities?
Well, since you have us on, no, well, Chimney will be receiving, we will be receiving our commodities on the 14th next week. So just to, and I'm really glad you guys give us this opportunity to be on, because we really depend on you. Those who are not on the WhatsApp chat group, or tune into the radio, or get newspapers and stuff, we always ask them to listen to the media. So thank you for all that you do and getting the information out there to our people.
Right on, Mayor.
Always.
Yeah.
All right. If you do write the letter, let us know.
Yeah, we'll read it out for you guys.
Take care.
Madam President will take care of that.
Oh,
Right?
yeah, there you go.
Yes, I will.
Right on. You're the president.
And Mayor Rivera mentioned that her commodities is next week. Dedido's commodities will be given out for 3 days, 350 each day. So they don't all have to rush at one time and line up for 5 hours. So we'll do it starting at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You guys take care.
Thank you, ladies.
Safe.
Okay. Merry Christmas.
Agamas. There's a pumpkin spice vanillas doggo virtual right behind you. Grab some on your way out.
Delicious.
Okay. Thank you, Mayors.
Thank you.
All right, we're back with more of the Link on the Breeze next. Good morning, Guam.
Let's get married during the GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hey kids! With the best holiday of the year approaching, KUAM has arranged a way for you to make sure Santa knows what you want for Christmas. Santa and Mrs. Claus have set up a virtual mailbox at KUAM.com with help from your friends at Dial Rent to Own. This is a chance for you to write your very own letter to Santa. Have an adult download the letter form, fill it out with your Christmas wishes, and send it in to us at letterstosanta@KUAM.com. Santa will read every letter submitted, but you may be chosen to join our Christmas Zoom party where you get to talk to the big guy himself on December 19th. If you're chosen, you will receive a special emailed invitation for you to attend the virtual fun. Stay informed with the stations and platforms of KUAM for all the details, and make sure you are being nice and not too naughty from today until Santa comes to visit. Letters to Santa is brought to you by Dial Rent to Own and all the L's at KUAM.
Merry Christmas! Let's get married during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and its community partners, McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, and the Guam Museum want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Office of the Governor, Island-Wide Beautification Task Force, the Guam Museum, and KUAM Communications. Breaking news! This just in, Santa has a combined $4,000 to give away for Guam's best outdoor holiday display. Submit your outdoor display for a chance to win cash prizes. All submissions will be posted on our Facebook page, and the top 10 most liked pictures or videos wins a special cash prize to make your season even brighter. Visit KUAM.com for more details.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace continues on the stations of KUAM and on our webpage at KUAMChristmasPops.com. Catch the encore through December 11th on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering. And JA Guam, bringing the business of life to life.
It's another thing we got to get used to.
The car score! And I know it's confusing. I'm not even going to pretend to understand the formula that goes into calculating the car score. It's something like you divide the square root of 144 multiplied by the number of positives on any given day, divided by the quotient of the circumference of the island, or something like that.
I don't know. I don't get it. But what I do know is that we have to strive for 5. And we have been saying it for months now. You've got to practice social distancing. You got to wear a mask. And please, wash your hands.
And hey, if you don't got to go anywhere, then let's just keep it simple. Stay home!
We got this, Guam. Let's continue to move in the right direction. Strive for 5 and keep it there.
Holiday federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Calvo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network, including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
You overcame the challenges of this day and age and showed the world that our spirit of Inafat Malik is unbreakable. Siduas Maasi to all our community partners who helped the KUAM Care Force in giving back this year. And thanks to you especially, the people of Guam. Your kindness and generosity gave hope to so many in need this year. Let Giving Tuesday be the spark that keeps the spirit of generosity going throughout the year. We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, it's 9 o'clock. Good morning, Guam. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. Welcome to the link on the Breeze 93.9. Proudly brought to you by Calvo Select Care, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises. And also coming up, we'll get a Cover Me from Burger King, and we're going to have another great video from Joe Guam, Holiday Feels, brought to you by Windward Memorial. 9 o'clock, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room, where the big hit this morning is the pumpkin spice bananas dogu. I'm not sure how my grandma would feel about it. That, God rest her soul, but it's 2020. Anything goes. I'm about to try chocolate chip bananas dogu.
Or how about what is it? Ube?
Yeah.
Ube.
Oh, dang.
There you go.
Well, we do have one comment I want to get to real quick, guys.
Yes.
Okay, when you guys were talking about Bree's baking club and Chris's, let's just say you're a man of many talents. Maybe baking desserts is not one of them. We got somebody said Tori Matanoni says make a tuna casserole Christmas tree. That actually sounds pretty cool. And Tori also said, Chris, bake a Frosty the Snowman out of baked potatoes.
All right.
That would work.
We'll see.
I'm expecting something amazing from
Great.
Chris Burnett.
No pressure at all. I might just pull one and buy it at the bakery and then put it in a pan. Like, oh, yeah, I made that. Yeah. Hello. 9:01. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room, where, again, we have Simon Sanchez of the CCU standing by. Good morning, Simon.
Buenas, Chris. Buenas, Sabrina. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas.
We're making a lot of solar energy right now.
On that note,
it's a good thing. Yeah.
Let's go ahead. And I know that GPA had some definite concerns about this. Is it 219, Bree?
219. It's currently on the session agenda, actually.
And it's down in the voting file.
Wow, that was quick.
Yeah. So. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that Bill 219, it relates to the purchase or leaseback of renewable energy, purchase of service for the Department of Education, the Guam Academy Charter School, the Guam Community College, and the University of Guam. And so, Simon, I guess if you could tell us what specifically are the concerns for the CCU about this proposed legislation?
Well, the CCU, the Guam Power Authority, and the Independent Public Utilities Commissions have all come out against the way the bill is written, not the concept. We're the largest provider of solar energy on Guam. The Guam Power Authority is. We got 25 megs already. We've contracted for another 120 megawatts, and we're under protest, which we've won so far, for another 40 megs. So we are an advocate for solar energy because it reduces the amount of fuel we purchase. And as you cover all the time, the fuel is 50 to 70% of your bill, depending on the price of oil. And the less oil we use, the better. So solar allows us to use less oil. That new generator that we're building will use 18 million gallons a year of less oil and sort of be the backup in terms of reliability. Because what gets lost often in the conversation is solar energy can make energy competitively with conventional energy. But when the sun goes down at night, it doesn't make any energy. So what good is cheap energy if it's not available 24/7, right? And that's why if you look at how it's done throughout the world, 99% of the utilities, and 100% of the utilities that have an isolated grid, use a combination of renewables plus conventional generation, because the mix gives you reliable power, and the mix gives you cheaper power. And maybe there'll come a day where our children and our grandchildren will be able, the goal for Guam is now 100% renewable. Speaker Ben and us worked together in 2008. We said, let's get to 25% by 2035. Well, the good people of the Guam Power Authority, we're going to get there in 2 years. But we're going to get there in 2 years, plus get rid of those old Cabras units that burn the wrong fuel and burn too much fuel, and have that new generator in Dededo that burns less fuel and cleaner fuel, so that the combination gives you lower energy costs but reliable power, 24/7. We don't want power from solar only during the day. We want power all the time. So it's a mix, and so that's what we've been working on. And GPA has a 25 megawatt solar farm already working. We've got contracts for 120 megawatts that are coming online under construction now. And that those contracts, we only pay 6 to 8 cents a kilowatt hour for that solar energy. And we have another contract that has batteries, and we're only going to pay 11 cents a kilowatt hour for that energy. Right now, there's 2,500 citizens that have put up their own solar system, and 99% of them, I'm pretty sure, don't have a battery. They just have the solar array. They make the energy on a beautiful day like today, but when it's raining like it was yesterday at 3 o'clock, they ain't making much energy. When they're not making energy for themselves, when it's nighttime, they get their energy from the ratepayers that own the Guam Power Authority, the generators, the distribution and transmission lines that get the power to all of our houses. That's paid for by 48,000 ratepayers of Guam. Currently, it was a conscientious policy decision of GPA and the independent PUC. We said, look, let's let individual solar systems come online, but let's cap it at 25 megawatts so we can see what the impact is. Because there's lots of debate about the impact, but at the end of the day, once you can see the impact, you can allocate the cost of that impact. What should the system pay? What should the individual user pay? So we've successfully got 25 megs from 2,500 individual citizens. That still leaves 47,000 other ratepayers we got to think about. And that's where they benefit from the Dundun Solar Farm, from the 120 megawatts that's going up in Manilao, and from this other contract we're waiting to award. And early next year, a 40 megawatt battery will come online and eliminate about 80% of those dumb 5-minute outages that occur when we lose one of our generators anywhere and we have to turn on an idle generator to replace that energy. And there's a gap, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes. That battery will step in and provide us energy when a generator goes offline so that you don't have those 5-minute outages. But a 40 megawatt battery costs $40 million. And it's why 99% of those that do have solar on Guam don't have a battery, because GPA ratepayers are essentially the battery. At night, the generators in Cabris or in Dededo are sending power to everyone, including solar customers, right? When the clouds come over and all of a sudden, instead of getting this much energy, you get less energy, GPA makes up the gap, right? And that's where this whole concept of what's fair compensation when Sabrina's solar system gives us energy, what should I pay for that energy? And versus when GPA ratepayers give Sabrina back energy, like at night, what do we charge for that energy? And that's called net metering, because we net out what did Sabrina give us and versus what did we give you. And if Sabrina gave us more than we gave her, and that often happens with a solar customer, then we need to compensate her for that because she helped us, right? And vice versa. Mm-hmm. And we've never argued over the idea that an individual solar system or any solar system saves us fuel. So we'll compensate anyone that puts a solar array, the LEAC, the equivalent of the LEAC, which right now is 8 cents a kilowatt hour, but the base rate is 13 cents a kilowatt hour. So for the sake of discussion, let's call, right now we pay you pay about 21 cents a kilowatt hour, okay? The wonderful thing about utility scale solar is we're now getting utility scale solar at 6 cents a kilowatt hour, 6 to 8 cents in Manila. And the one under protest, we're gonna get 40 megawatts at about 11 cents a kilowatt hour, and it's gonna even have a battery. So why should we pay so one of the arguments is, why should we pay 21 cents a kilowatt hour for solar energy from an individual when we can make our own for 8 to 11 cents a kilowatt hour, right? The independent PUC is aware of all of this. And we agreed with them that said, look, let's still let people put individual systems online. But when we get to 25 megawatts, let's study the impact. Well, we're at about 25 megawatts from 2,500 individuals, right? And they were going to study the impact to see what's the fair compensation. Why is that important? When a solar provider sells you a system, and like in this case, we want a solar provider to sell DOE or UOG or GCC a system. They say, here's the cost of the system. Oh, but GPA is going to pay you 21 cents a kilowatt hour for when you give them more energy than you take from them, right? The PUC has said, we'll leave it at 21 for now, but we want to do a study because there's been an argument for years now that says 21 is too expensive. You save us fuel, but at night you're using the system. Why should you get GPA ratepayer system for free and make the other ratepayers pay for your energy and pay for the generator that you're using power at night, the transmission line that brings the power to your house? Why should you get that for free and everyone else pay for not only their cost of that, they're going to pay for your cost of that. And that's why the PUC came out, and they're independent, right? They're appointed for 6 years. They're not elected. And they came out and said, this is a problem, right? And they were just about to conduct the study that they had promised they would, to study the impacts, and they want to see that number come out. But Bill 219 creates two problems for the PUC. It doesn't allow them to set the net metering rate for the schools that they, and frankly for anybody, but in this case of Bill 219, for the schools, the institutions, that's what they're called, it doesn't allow them to set the rate. And that is a violation of the Organic Act. Because if you remember when Chris was a baby and Sabrina, I don't think you were here yet, there was a senator who became famous when the legislature controlled the rates for not allowing rate increases. And what happened was GPA defaulted on a loan payment. And also GPA had no money to fix anything, so you had the load shedding blues. Two bad things, a loan default and load shedding blues. So the federal government amended the Organic Act and said, hey, we'll bail you out on this bond, on your loan default, but we want an independent PUC that can't be changed, thrown out by a governor, and we want the legislature out of rate setting. And the legislature, and so that's how the PUC was created 30 years ago, and Chairman Duenas and I are actually serving on the PUC. So I'm very familiar with the PUC side of the picture and how you set rates and how you design them. And in the current rate design, government subsidizes residential. The government rate should actually be a little lower, and the residential rate should be a little higher. But for 30 years, we've said, hey, government, Don Maria needs the help. You're going to subsidize, right? Bill 219 eliminates the ability of the PUC to revisit that, Kate. And the PUC and GPA and CCU all agree that the way it's written, there's about $7-8 million a year that would be lost from the schools of Guam, the institutions that would benefit from a solar rate, but that would be lost from the base rate contribution. Remember, if you save us fuel, we'll pay you for that. But to get the system for free, the base rate that pays for the generators, the employers, the employees, the maintenance, the bonds that paid for all of this stuff. Right now, they don't pay for it. This bill would continue that unfairness where and in effect, the ratepayers of Guam that don't have solar would be paying for the schools that have solar, and the real beneficiary are the folks that sell the systems to the schools. And they're probably the strongest proponent. You may have seen a letter from MRE, Jeff Valcola. And I'm not surprised that they're saying, don't change the bill, don't change the bill. Why? Because it's the higher the reimbursement from GPA is to a solar customer through net metering, the better for them. They can charge higher prices, or at least they can tell, Sabrina, your power bill after I put a $10,000 system on your house and GPA pays you 21 cents a kilowatt hour, see how your power bill goes down. But what if GPA only pays you 15 cents a kilowatt hour, 12 cents a kilowatt hour, right? Then Sabrina's going to go, well, now, the savings from your power bill is how you're going to pay the guy that's selling you your solar system. So the idea is DOE will save money on the power bill. They got to save some of that to pay the guy putting on the system, but they also would get reimbursed by GPA. And the PUC is saying, hey, let us set that rate. Do not, and you can't violate the Organic Act when you put language in the bill that says restricts the PUC's ability to set that rate. And that's the PUC's argument. I mean, and so we got a letter, the bond counsel for that. Their name is Oric, the law firm. They have been the bond counsel since Joe Atta was the governor. They've survived every governor because they're very good. And the bond counsel sent a letter that we sent to all the senators reminding them that the bill as written violates the Organic Act because it violates the independent PUC's ability to set rates. And it violates the bond covenants that the legislature promised it would not violate, because one of the bond covenants say is you will not interfere with the ability of the PUC or GPA to run the system and the PUC to set rates for the system. And Bill 219 violates both of those. So
having said that, that it violates all of those issues, and looking at the fact that the PUC submitted testimony in October, raising their concerns and, telling senators, hey, pull this back, don't enact it. It's going to result in higher rates for ratepayers. But yet this bill is in the voting file. So has there been any dialogue or anything with Senator San Augustine, who's the author of this bill?
Yeah, my impression, I did speak to the Senator San Augustine, and he's been quite collaborative, because this is the second attempt for the legislature to try to write a bill that would allow the school systems to get solar. The first attempt passed 6 or 8 years ago. We weren't consulted, PUC wasn't consulted, and it was a mess. It didn't work. That's why it was never implemented. So Senator San Augustine and the current legislators trying to write a better version of it, and they've taken a good shot at it, but in doing this better version, they still have written it in a way that it violates the Organic Act, it violates bond covenants, and it still forces GPA ratepayers to subsidize the schools. And GPA ratepayers, they don't have any money they have the money to pay their own bills. They don't have the money to pay somebody else's bills. And both the PUC, the CCU, and the GPA, we've testified on this before, that we can fix the parts of the bills that work, that allow them to bid out, are fine. But the parts where the rates can't be established by the PUC, and it's a little complex, you have to read the bill, but in effect, the way it's written, it does limit the PUC's ability to set rates, and the bond council agrees. The way it's written violates the independence of the PUC, therefore it violates the Organic Act, and it violates the bond covenants, and we saw it as well. And so we all agree, yes, they voted it down. They sent it down, but they can pull it back out. They can amend it. And one of the things we're open to a discussion with Senator San Augustine, and he's been very receptive, is if he's interested, we can help see if we can fix 219 and amend the bill to eliminate the restrictions on the PUC. And there's one other thing. There's one that is just, we can't be in the bill. A solar provider for Southern High School can't cite the solar array in GIGO and credit it to the Southern High School in Agate. You can't, and this bill allows what's called offsite location. UOG, when you get a solar array, it's got to be on your property. The 2,500 people that have solar system, it's on their property, it's on their rooftop, it's on their property. But the advocates that want to sell the systems, they want to be able to say, hey, Southern High's too small, right? There's not enough land. I want to do it in GIGO and on behalf of Southern High, but I want the free cost of the transmission system from GIGO to Southern High. I want that for free. I want the other ratepayers of Guam to give that to me for free. And we're just saying that cannot be allowed. And so if you took that section out and preserve the power of the PUC to set the rate, then we might have something, right? And that's why we wanted to raise such an alarm to the community, the ratepayers of Guam who own GPA. They're the ones at risk. They're the ones that are going to have to pay a higher rate if this bill passes as is. And of course, it creates all the other problems. How does PUC and GPA implement an illegal law? So now we're doing the right thing in the wrong way. And so we'll see if the good senator is open to allowing us to help. And one of the things I've spoken to a number of them privately. I said, look, you're all coming back next year too. If we can't fix this in the next 7-8 days because it's the last session of the year, we're close. We're very close. We're much better than that other bill 6 years ago. But while you fixed one thing, you don't want to hurt another thing. And right now the bill is written, takes a good idea and does it in the wrong way, and will force other ratepayers, and there's 48,000 ratepayers that don't have a solar system, to come up with the money that the school system would have otherwise paid. They would have saved on the fuel, that's for sure. Their bill will go down with the solar array, but it's that other part of the bill, the base rate, that a school needs. Who does the school need at night for the evening basketball game? They can't rely on their solar system. They're going to rely on the ratepayer-owned system of the Guam Power Authority. And someone has to pay that cost, and the bill as written exempts the schools from paying that cost. And that's not fair. And the PUC is the one that should judge what's fair. They're independent, Right?
It just
So, as an elected representative of the ratepayers, my job is to fight for the ratepayers' interests. And right now, the bill is written, helps one small group of ratepayers, but it's at the expense of everyone else. And we just don't think that's right.
It just makes me wonder, like, what's the purpose of having a public hearing and accepting public testimony if when it goes to session floor, there's no amendments made, no concerns that are taken into consideration from, CCU or PUC. And it's like, go to the voting file.
Yeah.
And then here we are today.
Right. And they're right. And there's no impact statement. You see the bill. There's no impact statement. They throw in these wonderful words, right? We are all for solar and all that. The irony is, if you look at all the sponsors, right? And I think it's the Speaker and Senator San Augustine and then Senator Clinton Rogel signed on as well, right? None of them have a solar system. They're all customers of the Guam Power Authority. So, and really GPA is saying, look, solar is becoming so much more affordable at the utility scale level, right? Why would we pay 21 cents for when we're getting bidders offering us 6, 8, 11 cents? And the 11 cents is with a battery. Another way to think about it is it better to have the 1,000 houses in Liguan have 1,000 systems and 1,000 batteries on their houses? Or is it better for a utility scale solution to be there? So you have one battery for 1,000 homes or 2,000 homes. You have one system, So those are the kinds of dynamics that exist. And the other thing that and we're very disappointed because we've showed this to the legislature before. Kauai gets about 70% of its energy from renewables, and on some days 100%. But they also have wind and hydro, but they have a lot of solar. Okay, and we don't have wind and hydro, and they're like Guam, isolated system. And one of the mistakes the legislature often makes is they compare us to Los Angeles or the mainland. The mainland has an integrated system across the country. LA only makes about 30-40% of its power. You know where it gets the rest of its power? Wind energy in Oklahoma, your old hometown. Solar energy in Palm Springs, right? That's where they get the energy from, right? Because they can ship it over. We can't ship over energy from Japan or Palm Springs, California. We're an isolated grid. And U2 was a very important lesson as well, which is why we're building the generator up north. And Micronesian Energy, I'm good friends with them, even though we don't agree, right? In Saipan, 20% of their customers lost their panels from U2. And they were able to get them back up in 2, 3, 4 weeks and back to normal, right? If we're 100% renewable, and Typhoon Malfunction shows up in 2028 or 2030 and wipes out 20% of the solar array, how do you keep the lights on? And as John Beneventi said, he said for that other bill that we opposed, that bill passes, I'm buying a generator. And that's what that generator in Dededo is for. It's to provide reliable power when renewables are not reliable, like at night, or when you have heavy cloud cover. And in Kauai, what happened was they have so much solar, but they had 5 days of rain. Have we ever had 5 days of rain on Guam? They had 5 days of rain where, guess what? The solar panels couldn't make energy. The solar panels couldn't recharge the batteries. So people were now buying power from Kauai Electric. And then Kauai Electric's generator failed. And you had load shedding for a week. And it's now happened twice in the last 3 years. And we keep showing this to the legislature that says, wait a minute, there's a wise way to bring renewables and there's a dumb way to bring renewables. And Kauai, who's way ahead of us, is showing exactly the risk if you don't have some conventional energy available when you're an isolated grid, like a Kauai or Guam. You better have a backup while you migrate to as much renewable energy as you can to avoid burning oil. But when you need it, when you have 5 days of rain or when a typhoon wipes out 20% of the solar array, you got to make that up with something. And that's what that generator up north is going to do. It's going to eliminate the Cabris units that are fuel inefficient and burn a dirty fuel. It burns a cleaner fuel. It burns less fuel. And in 2045, we're supposed to be 100%. In 2045, we'll have paid off that generator. So if we're 100% in 2045, turn it off. We already own it. But if Typhoon Malfunction shows up in 2047 and wipes out 30% of the solar array and we need 2, 3, 4 months to put it back, that generator that we've already paid for, put some gas in it and run it, and you keep the lights on. Because it doesn't matter if your power is cheap, if it's not reliable and you can't get it when you need it, and everybody needs it 24/7.
Well, Simon,
and that's the whole logic of this.
This is the reason why we need you back in the legislature.
No, you know, to be honest, I mean, you know, if it was part-time, maybe. That's what I like about the CCU. But, you know, I've been able to contribute to my community with water and with energy and water and wastewater and on a part-time basis at the CCU. And, you know, I'm comfortable with that. I've been, and, you know, the people of Guam have been very good to me. They've allowed me to serve them. This is my 5th term. I've been there from the beginning. And you know, I want this to work for everybody. You know, and I get $500 a month for worrying about this stuff, right? But it's important to me. It's important to my children and grandchildren that they have clean water, a good way to deal with our wastewater, and reliable energy at the lowest cost. You need those two, though, reliable and low cost. And the plans that we've put into place are much more prudent than the ones that we see from folks that are well-meaning, but they're not subject matter experts. Nobody in the legislatures run these systems. The experts are at the Guam Power Authority. The Guam Power Authority has signed up for more solar. It's putting in more solar. It's putting in batteries. We know what we're doing. And we've put out the bids, like Chris was saying. We've put out the bids. We've got reliable bidders that are giving us good bids. And there are good providers on Guam that can provide solar systems, like MRE, Bill Hagan's company, Pacific Solar. There's a couple of GRE. They're there, and I'm sure they'll bid. But hidden in their bid is the question: how much is GPA going to reimburse the schools for the net energy that they give us? How much are the ratepayers going to pay for that energy? And we're arguing if we're getting solar energy for 6, 8, 11 cents. Why should we be paying the 21 cents we're paying now? And the PUC wants to visit that, but they're not being allowed to. In fact, they're being prevented by 219. And that's just going to mean, well, if it becomes law, then we're going to have to raise the rate on Sabrina and Chris and Don Maria while UOG saves some money. And it's a zero-sum game. You take away from here, you got to take it, you give it back from somebody else. And that's what the PUC said. That's what we've said. That's what GPA said. And we're hoping we can get the body to reconsider the bill as it stands. They can pull, you can pull a bill out of voting file. You can amend it. And so I've reached out to Senator San Augustine, and he's always been very collaborative. That's why this bill is better than the first one. And if he's open to it, we think we can amend it and give it a shot at doing the right thing in the right way instead of the right thing in the wrong way.
Well, thank you for coming to our TED Talk. Thanks,
and thank you for using energy.
Right on.
KUAM uses a.
Oh, we're using a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. The phone light is on. Thanks, Si.
Just get that hot air that comes out of that one microphone. Try to harvest that.
Wait, whose microphone?
Send a kilowatt hour.
Thanks, Si. Hey, grab some pumpkin spice vanilla dog virtual on your way out.
Will do, Chris.
Fried with solar.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Hopefully we can resolve this
Okay, see ya.
Hopefully we can resolve this to the benefit of the community.
Right on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good
I don't
luck.
know. It's like every bill the legislature's coming out with, everyone's like, "Oh, hold on there, oh." That was the third bill.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Hey, we're taking a break. 9:28. Again, this is the Link on the Breeze. 93.9. Good morning.
KUAM and Domino's.
Holiday federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Calvo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network, including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
Hey kids! With the best holiday of the year approaching, KUAM has arranged a way for you to make sure Santa knows what you want for Christmas. Santa and Mrs. Claus have set up a virtual mailbox at KUAM.com with help from your friends at Dial Rent to Own. This is a chance for you to write your very own letter to Santa. Have an adult download the letter form, fill it out with your Christmas wishes, and send it in to us at letterstosanta@KUAM.com. Santa will read every letter submitted, but you may be chosen to join our Christmas Zoom party where you get to talk to the big guy himself on December 19th. If you're chosen, you will receive a special emailed invitation for you to attend the virtual fun. Stay informed with the stations and platforms of KUAM for all the details and make sure you are being nice and not too naughty from today until Santa comes to visit. Letters to Santa is brought to you by Dial Rent to Own and all the L's at KUAM.
Merry Christmas!
Memorial Park is proud to present this next bit of holiday cheer with our friend Joe Guam. They'll be doing this every day on the link where they'll share a video on our Facebook Live feed, and then we'll play the song here on the radio from Joe Guam and our friends at Windward Memorial Park. Here is Joe performing Fan Motuman Hengi. Right here on the link, it is The Breeze, 93.9 Good Morning Guam.
Fan Motuman Hengi Fatay Minagu Fan Motu Hizabilen Atani Patgun Rayang Hetsia Tangingita Adora Tangingita Adora Tangingita Adora Si Jesus Ileya Iangel Nui pastor sia Estagi Cristo Gizabilen Gisagan Goga Satsagat Taigima Tangingita Adora Tangingita Adora Tangingita Adora Si Jesus Stata umujung sentau tau atsai guata O jini usan dikiki napakun tangingita adora tangingita adora tangingita adora si Malongu itau tau Diam di zonesta Loma tu si jus ni zoam ki Guizayamul na hom lu zanamis Tangingita adora Tangingita adora Tangingita adora si Jesus
Again, that was Joe Guam, presented by Guam Windward Memorial. And that was a great arrangement of a classic Fan Motuman Hengi. And hey, you know, you can stream Chamorro Christmas music 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on the Isla Chamorro radio streaming. That's on the KUAM news app there. Again, Chamorro Christmas music. It's always Novena time on the Isla Chamorro radio streaming app. Again, you find that on the KUAM news app. Jason Solis, good morning.
All right, good morning, everybody. And of course, it is the holiday season, and one of the many island traditions that certainly makes a lot of young people here really feel the holiday spirit is our friends, motorcycle enthusiasts, the Guam Hogs, and they're doing their candy run. So I got a very good friend of mine, someone you've seen on the program many, many times, always welcome here in the KUM News Zoom room and in our studios. And Roro, I can't wait till we get back to normal and we can have you in studio again, bro, because it has been too long, man. Happy holidays to you and your family.
Me too. I can't wait, man. It's been long.
Well, you guys are actually going to be out and about in the community, and of course we have Corinne Lopez, the chairperson of the Candy Run. So, Corinne, happy holidays to you as well. Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Okay, so you guys are going to be rolling out, and for people that may not be familiar with the Candy Run, exactly what does it entail? How many members are you having this year? And with social distancing and all that stuff and everything, how are you actually going to handle the Candy Run this year?
Okay, well, you know that we collect candy with donations and or purchase candy, and then we bag it, and then we ride around the community and throw it out to the kids. So this year we've had to cancel the volunteer candy bagging and just have a very small group of people bag the candy.
5 people.
5 people.
Wow.
Public health regulations. And so we've got, how much did we get this year?
Over 3,500 bags of candy this year.
So about 35 bags of candy this year. Yeah. And 3,500, sorry, 3,500 bags of candy. And so we'll be riding around, look out for us, look out for the bikes and, just trying to bring some cheer to the kids during this difficult time.
Yeah, I love saying that every year because, everybody that grows up on Guam knows the sound of the ice cream truck when it comes around. You hear it when it's maybe 1 or 2 streets away. And, you hear that delightful children's song and everything. When you guys roll in on your Harleys, you can hear them, halfway across the village. So people are like, hey, there's good things happening here because, these guys are coming through.
Yeah, we actually did a practice ride a few days ago and a couple weeks ago. And kids were already running out thinking we were passing out candy. I was like,
oh man.
Next week.
Yeah, we're expecting to have about 100 riders. And it should be a good ride where you have to do the, wear masks, and the people passing out the candy are going to be wearing gloves. And we have to have the contact tracing sheet and, the temperature checker and all that. So we're following all the DPHSS guidelines.
That's fantastic. Now, Corinne, you kind of said earlier, you said we throw the candy out to kids, and I think this year more than ever that would probably be the best thing to say, okay, well, kids, you can stay in your yard or maybe on the sidewalk and everything, and we'll toss it to you from a safe distance away. Is that kind of the same way you're handling distribution?
Yeah, that's how we handle it. We bag the candy in small bags, and then toss it to the kids. Like I said, the people passing out the candy are going to be wearing gloves.
All right.
So, and throughout the whole event, we're going to be practicing, social distancing and safe procedures. So everybody stays safe and healthy.
Okay. And you guys are having, you said you're expecting about 100 riders. Do you guys break up into groups, or is it the same core group going all around the island with the same route? At the same time?
No, we're going to have 2 Santas again this year. We usually have every year is 2 Santas. One goes north and one goes south. This year I'm going to be the Santa for the north, and then we're also having Ruben Montalvo, who's also his road name is Sunshine. He's going to be doing the south route this year. We're switching it up this year.
Oh, very cool. Well,
and
we're bringing up some pictures of you, Ro, in here, and you have been Santa before.
Yes, I have. Last year was very busy for Santa. He was. We even did the schools and stuff like that last year. That was something that kind of just grew into something. But this year, obviously, we were not doing that. And that was in itself was just as fun as the candy run. We had little guys come out that day too, so it was fun. Also, we want to mention one of the biggest changes this year, other than social distancing and all the requirements, is the candy run pin. It's usually if you can see it, it's red and gold.
Oh yeah.
This year it's good. We're changing it to black and gold this year, so it's one of those black ears. So that's it's kind of like a reminder of what happened on 2020. So that's one of the biggest changes. And, you know, it's very, I guess you could say, different. So that way we can get a lot of other riders out, even the solo riders or independent riders to come out, military to come out and get these pins, because again, this is one of those pins that's going to be different from every single year that we've had it.
So you can even be a member of the MC of the motorcycle club for many, many years, and you can have a whole stack of pins for every year that you've participated. And that really is, and you know, again, because so many of you in the club have served in the military and everything like that. I mean, that in itself that's an experience. That's a badge.
Yes, yes. And I guess you can see it here. This is more or less what it looks like.
Nice.
And then this Santa pin is the patches for all the Santas that do the candy run as Santa every year.
Very cool. Okay, and so can you go back a minute ago? You were saying that, you know, other riders from you know, even if it's they're not associated with the club right now, they're still able to help out or to participate, correct?
Yes, anybody can participate. The only thing we ask in order to get the pin is you can ride the ride, and then at the end of the ride is when you get the pin. Because if we give it in the beginning, you're gonna have people, you know, splitting halfway through the ride and say, I already got my pin, I'm good.
Oh yeah, you got to put in the work, man. You know, you guys are dealing with the Guam Hogs here. These guys are known for hard work.
Yes, yes. And you know, a lot of the people that, because we had different groups of 5 that would come in and bag the candy. So it took a lot of work to bag 3,500 bags of candy, because every year we usually do 5,000 bags. But because this year we couldn't do it at the schools and we couldn't help have the kids help us with the bagging, we had to bag it ourselves. And at 5 people at a time, it was fairly difficult, but it got done.
Now, I hope you guys got to ice down your knuckles, man, because that's some aching right there, I would assume.
Yes, and the thing too is you know, while we were bagging it, everybody was wearing a mask and had gloves, and we also put disclaimers. We also had to bag it super early because we had to let the candy sit for, I think, was it 4 or 5 days in order to be COVID free, I guess you could say. So that way the kids and the families are not, you know, scared that, you know, they might be getting the COVID from the candy. And
now, Corinne, can you tell me how many pieces of candy are in each bag, and what time should people expect you guys to be like around their village or their neighborhood? Because I know there's a lot of people right now, and they're like, "Oh, this is so cool! I want to be home. I want to make sure." I mean, you should be staying home anyway, people. But you know, I want to make sure I'm home and I'm expecting them at the right time.
Okay, there's 7 pieces of candy per bag, and well, there's 2 routes. One goes north, one goes south, and we're rolling out at 9:45. So what's the northern route looking like?
Right now we're gonna so we meet at 9 o'clock at Wild Bill's here in Tamuning, and then we have the safety brief at 9:30, rollouts at 9:45. Once we get that, the Santas will get their crew. They'll split. You know, whoever wants to go north can go north. Whoever wants to go south goes south. By 9:45, we'll be rolling out. So about 10 o'clock, we'll start. I know the north will start hitting up Totu Gardens, around that area, around like 10-ish, maybe even 9:50. And then Sinahanya, the south route, will start with Sinahanya and then go all the way down to like Jonya, Maritso, Yamatic, all that, Asin. And then I'll go, the north will go also from Totu. Then we start going down to Dedido area. So probably around 10:15, 10:20, we'll be hitting up like Stumbo Gardens. That'll be one of the first stops in Dedido. Then we go all the way around. So probably, you know, the ride will probably be done around 2 o'clock ish. depending on how many breaks and how long we take a break.
just
a couple pit stops here and there, you know.
Yeah, take a break. You know, Santa's got a break. You know, hopefully it's a good day and not a rainy day.
Well, plus Santa's gonna be wearing like his entire red suit and everything, and even on the back of a Harley doing 40 miles per hour down the street. The island humidity and everything like that. Santa needs a break.
Yeah.
Santa may need to like open up his suit every once in a while.
All right.
Love to see him breathing. Well, you know, Ro, you've always told me in the many years that I've been able to interview you that, you know, every motorcycle club, but especially the Hogs, I mean, it really is about brotherhood. So what does this mean for you to be able to continue this island tradition in this craziest of years when so much was taken from us, to give back to the community and continue to do that, and then also for your members and to do this together and say, you know, we have to stay apart, we have to sacrifice so much, but we can still do this as a club and we can still do this together?
Well, you know, this year has been like one of the most difficult years since March, since this whole thing, you know, kicked off with COVID. We still made every single ride, that the 5 rides that we do. We do our Memorial Day, Christmas in July, Liberation Day, Memorial,
Wounded
Warriors, and this ride is the Candy Run. That's the 5 rides we do every year. And this year has been the most difficult, but at the same time, most rewarding for all of our members, because we made it happen, even with all the difficult conditions and the difficult times that we're in right now, especially with COVID and families. You know, people are losing their family members to this deadly virus, and we're still able to continue doing what we do because we feel that, you know, even if people stay home and just get locked up at home, I myself as a retired military guy, I at one point in time I was like that, and it wasn't even COVID. So I mean, I understand how it feels to be locked up at home, but when you get out and the members get out and they see everybody and they're able to you know, interact with people, especially with all these conditions, it still gives them a sense of pride and unity with all the other riders that from different clubs that still say, wow, you know, they're still doing these things, even with all these difficult restrictions and conditions and this whole COVID. So it's really awesome for our members to still be a part of this and still continue and want to still do it instead of, oh, you know, it's COVID, never mind, forget it, we're not going to do anything. Right. Just leave it alone, you know. And for our members to step up and take it and go with it, that is the most rewarding part of our job as officers, and most rewarding as a member, just even being a member of the Guam Hogs and the motorcycle community. So, I mean, again, the motorcycle community here has been really big in supporting everything that's going on, and we still go out there and you know, there's things that we still do, funeral escorts and stuff like that for people that request, you know, and that kind of gives people another appreciation to everything that's going on. Mm-hmm. So it's to be, again, like I said, it's beautiful, it's wonderful, and I enjoy it. It's fun.
Obviously, and yeah, I know it is your passion. And again, you're such a valued member of our community, Ro. So, Corinne, as the chairperson, I'd like to give you the final word. As the architect of putting this, you know, incredible event together, can you tell us, like, share the experience, because this is something that probably at least no one in this room is ever going to know. When you guys are rolling around throughout the island, you know, doing this incredible work that you guys do, you're on the back of these incredible bikes and these Harleys that make this wonderful noise, and you know, you guys are wearing black leather in the middle of the island heat, you know, in the middle of a day, and even people that are on the highway next to you, you may get kids that are looking at you, or they break out their phones and they want to take a picture, or they're waving at you, and they see what you guys are doing, and they see the pride, and they see that you are doing incredible charitable work. How does that feel to actually be going around the island and to do this and know you're making a difference in our community?
I just love, the connection with the community. It's a great feeling knowing that we're putting smiles on kids' faces, and they see motorcycle riders in a different light. We raise money to help kids with chronic medical conditions where they have to go off island or get treatment even on island that's expensive, that they may not be able to afford, and it just supports the family of the sick child. So that's the biggest thing. And I just wanted to thank my committee members and all the volunteers for the Christmas Candy Run 2020. I couldn't have done it without, and so I would like to mention our sponsors, if I may. Okay, we have the PDN, Reliant, we have OIAIO, I always pronounce it wrong.
You're gonna get pissed off.
OIAIO. I am so sorry. I'll just say the letters. And Crown Bakery, Trivision, and also Cars Plus, Harley.
Well, just the simple act of you guys just going around the island, passing out candy, to kids and families and everything like that. You guys have made, this Christmas feel like a little bit more normal for so many people. So, I mean, we can't thank you enough. I mean, I say it every single time the Hogs are on the program and everything like that, but you guys are true island heroes, and, we're unbelievably appreciative of what you guys do.
Jason just wants to be packed on the back of the Harley. If anybody can arrange that, I don't know if that, can we pack Jason while still respecting the social distancing stuff?
Yeah. Well, actually, if you want, we have people that are driving the vehicles that holds the candy.
Right.
Because everybody can't hold a trash bag full of candy, so we have chase vehicles that also follow the riders around. If he wants, he can ride on that. If he gets tired of riding on a bike, his backside starts hurting a little.
Right, yeah.
You definitely got to get used to that. You got to build up stuff. I was gonna say, Chris wanted to ride along like in a sidecar, but I heard they had like weight restrictions and everything. So, maybe Barnett will get to do it next year.
Ooh, body shaming. Oh yeah.
Yeah, actually, Andy Wheeler's been on a few of our rides.
Oh yeah,
he's been drivers as well.
Right.
And we want to say thank you. And again, Andy, we're helping. Hope everything goes well for you, and we're praying for you. And
thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Also, the actual ride is this Sunday.
Okay, and again, you guys are meeting at Wild Bill's in Tamuning at 9 o'clock. You have your safety briefing, and the entire group rolls out. One crew going up north, the other going to cover the southern villages, and you roll out at 9:45 on Sunday.
Correct. Yes.
All right, everybody. So when you hear that unmistakable roar coming through your village,
it's not a thunderstorm.
Yeah,
it's the Guam Hogs.
Come on.
Well, I mean, it's the motorcycle community.
Yeah.
Right on.
Well, we wish you and all your members in the MC and all of your families the happiest of holidays. Merry Christmas to you both.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks for all right.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Be safe.
Hey, I know it's not really biker chow, but there's virtual pumpkin spice vanilla dogu for you guys on the way out. Okay. I won't tell any of the other guys in the club you ate pumpkin spice vanilla dogu. I don't know what's coming over there.
Oh,
there you go. That's sweet. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
So if you ride for the first time, that pin is free. If you lost that pin, you have to pay $5 for it. But the year pins are all free.
Okay, well, real quick, Corinne, since you are inviting other motorcycle enthusiasts, and you said maybe people in the military, if people would like to get in touch with you to join in the ride, how can they do so? Where can they contact you?
Well, okay, I off the top of my head, I cannot remember the club.
You can look us up on Facebook.
You can look us up on Facebook. We're Guam Hogs on Facebook. I don't really want to give out my personal cell, but on Facebook you can find our contact information there.
Okay,
I can't
Guam
remember.
Hogs with a W, you guys. GUAMHAW. GS. And yeah, Corinne, once you put it on the link and everything, we can't be responsible for your cell bill for this month. And we'd love to give you that Christmas present, but yeah, you watch it on the link, you're gonna get 100 phone calls. I guarantee it.
It gets lonely, someone can call you.
Yeah, it's the holidays. Reach out and call someone.
Right.
All right, thanks a lot, you guys. Please
See you guys.
Please take care, and we look forward to seeing you guys on Sunday.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay, brother.
All right.
So,
That's always a great interview.
it is, man.
Well, you know what? We gotta get a Link motorcycle. At least two of the Joester and I on one, you guys on another one.
I promised my kids I would never ride a motorcycle.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, okay, and Roro's your cousin, right? How closely related are you guys? Are you
Like
related
this.
to Ron? Are you first cousin?
No, we're close, yeah.
Okay, very cool.
Somewhere down the line, somewhere.
Yeah, but again, and one thing that I always say this every time I interview anybody from the motorcycle club. So many of them, I want to say 9 out of every 10 members of the MCs have served in the military, so they have in their DNA an inherent desire to give back to the community and to do things. And
Have you ever tried operating a motorcycle?
I have. I actually tried like a street bike. It was scariest experience
What
of my
about
life.
a Harley? Have you tried?
No,
operating
not a Harley. I mean, that's a completely
at
different
Cars
animal.
Plus, when they were down in Aston, they have a Harley, but it's like a training one.
Right.
So you don't move, but it's a lot of shifting and like you have a clutch, right? But this is like all kinds of stuff on the.
Yeah,
just like that. That's just how you do it.
Yeah.
It's like typing a keyboard.
Yeah, so I only tried it for a couple of minutes because I felt like I was breaking it. So
Yeah.
it's like,
I actually tried operating a Ninja, like one of the street bikes once, and I was like, oh, okay. Whoa, that was pretty strong.
Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing, I mean, you could easily like die. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what I was trying to get you in on it. And you don't got to ride nut to butt. You can ride back to back.
Did you just say what I think you said?
No, you ride back to back, like you face the other way.
Why would you do that? Why would you ride backwards?
So because of the COVID. I know you're worried about the exposure and being right up against a dude, but you don't have to be. You can face the other way.
Okay, no, you know what I would be really more worried about if you actually rode, especially going around the island, and this is like a 5-hour ride for them because they start at 9. Well, they start at 9, they end at 2, right? It's not so much the vibration and all, like the chafing you're gonna get like in your thighs. It would be actually sitting on the back of black leather in 98 degree Guam weather. I mean, you're gonna singe.
Yeah, but you're going to drop some water weight for sure.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
But hey, take pictures of that. Send it to us on Monday because we would love to see like your experience with the hogs rolling through your village.
Amen. 9:57. We'll do this real quick from Burger King. It's called Cover Me. And I'm going to play this. It's a great version of a holiday classic, O Come All Ye Faithful, in Chamorro from Live Local Fridays. It's brought to you by Burger King, where they present Cover Me. It's Serena and Paige featuring Zach from Live Local Fridays, Fanmotu Manhengi. Wow. That's like MSG for your ears. Beautiful. Dude.
Amazing.
That is.
And speaking of amazing, you're definitely going to want to watch tonight's local music mashup, the holiday edition.
Bam!
Boom!
Boom!
It
Jingle,
may
jingle.
even snow. We don't know.
Jingle, jingle.
Songs of the season.
What up, Rudolfo?
So we've got the Dolls.
Yep.
Candy.
Uh-huh.
Joy James Adams.
Boom. We got Harvest Symphony Orchestra.
Yes.
Joe Guam.
Boom.
By the way, the Harvest Symphony Orchestra, not a 12-piece, not a 15-piece, a 30-piece orchestra.
Bro, that
you watch it in Zoom,
yeah.
it's 6x5.
It looks like a mosaic.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. That's
And-
at 6:30.
We ain't even talking about next week yet.
Oh.
Next week, blow.
Yeah, what is coming up next week?
Next week, we're going to have another live local music mashup with like even more Christmas stuff.
Yeah.
And we're also giving you a chance to win money because that pool running out. Hashtag making spirits bright GU.
I remember what Dave said, you guys. Like when
Right.
that.
And this is specifically for outdoor. I've been having problems talking.
Yeah.
Outdoor Christmas lights. This is in partnership with the Islandwide Beautification Task Force.
Right.
So
So
you
do it
can
up,
win.
guys.
Yep.
Get creative. Let's go.
$4,000 up for grabs.
Man, just like that. And you just got to take a picture of it, post it up wherever you're posting your stuff, and just hashtag making spirits bright GU. And that's MAKINGSPIRITSBRIGHTGU.
We got a lot of people in the
People are
comments right
sending.
now.
It's people who are also sending videos. By the way,
Yeah. Right.
I saw one last night that was sent to us, and it was really nice.
Got to get that money, help you offset that power bill.
Yep.
Okay, hey, Brown Sugar Tea's asking, do we qualify if we're in the States? Can we send in our submissions?
No, sorry.
No,
It's
sorry,
only
girl.
You can send it.
You're bad. Should have moved back.
Wow.
Hate us because they ain't us. Diaspora, whatever.
A lot of people sending their goodbyes because, of course, we're not going to see you guys until Monday.
Why? It's only Thursday.
Oh, wait. Well, today's Thursday. I thought today's
Yes,
Friday.
man, today's
no, I was like, wait a minute.
Thursday.
It's Friday, right? No, it's not. Okay. Wow. I thought it was Man, good thing I wouldn't have come in tomorrow.
Yeah.
That would have been interesting.
Jay, you know what? It's not. You're not the only one. It's not even the first time we lost track of what day it is. I have a hard time remembering what month it is. It's
Yeah.
December.
I'm usually good with that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yep. You're usually good with knowing what day of the week it is. Yeah. That's one of your strong points.
Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna wrap this up,
Yeah,
and
we
just
are.
a heads up, at 10:30, we are going to be live streaming
The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association will be making. You saw it here on the link, and even Mary Torres, the president of the GHRA, said she gave you guys an exclusive first look. It wasn't even a sneak peek, and you guys weren't beta testing it. This was the actual plan
Yeah.
revealed to you. It's between the GHRA, the folks at American Medical Center, that's Dr. Ho and Wen's company, and the Guam Contractors Association for rapid testing of employees across industry.
Right, to keep
on Guam.
businesses open and keep the economy
Yeah.
afloat. And it's serial testing of staff and employees of the different member organizations.
And so you guys saw that here on the link, and now it will be presented to the community at large for their consumption, their criticism, their embrace. I'm sure we're going to get all sorts of it. So if you want to jump on the comment stream, we'll be live again at 10:30 right here on Facebook.
Hey, and this has been the Link on the Breeze. 93.9 is 10:05. We're KUAM FM, Hagatna, Guam on a Thursday. And it's brought to you by...
Jason Thursday.
All these hearts coming from Glenn. You guys, Mama Bear says goodbye. Leanne Benevente says thanks, KUM crew. Thank you to you. Thank you for being part of our lives for the last 4 hours.
Yep, and
And
we'll
it is
see you again
Thursday.
tomorrow. Yeah, it is Thursday, all day. Okay.
We will see each other tomorrow, right?
Again, Calvo Select Care, IT&E, and Calvo Enterprises. Thank you so much for sponsoring the show. Of course, we had Cover Me from Burger King and that special Joe Guam Holiday Feels brought to you by Windward Memorial Park. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esther. Adios.
Bye.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
Some gifts